House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and Gallery will please rise for the invocation, which will be offered by Pastor Scott Wall from Capitol Commission in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. Just want to remind you, Bible study at lunch today, right up here, so be sure you come. The word for the day comes from a couple of suggestions. You are now giving me suggestions, and you're giving me a hard time that self-control, you said, was 2 words. It's 1 word, hyphenated. I got unity and diversity. That's 3 words one of you gave me. One said inclusive. I decided to boil it down to body. So the word for today is body. You guys, you call yourself the body. Scripture talks about those who put their trust in Jesus as the body of Christ. And I think there's some principles that we can derive from that as well from the Scripture for this body. So I'm going to be praying for this body and unity in this body. So please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we do lift up this body of the Texas House of Representatives, this gathering of diverse men and women entrusted with the care and governance of this great state. Your word teaches us that just as the body is one, has many members, and all the members of the body, though many, are one body. So in your divine wisdom, you have shown us that unity does not erase distinction and that diversity strengthens the whole. We recognize that while this body is not the spiritual body of Christ, the principles you laid out for your church can guide us here as well in humility and service and mutual care. And I pray that this legislative body would remember that no part is insignificant, no voice should be disregarded. May each representative understand their role, not in isolation, but in relation to each other for the common good of all Texans. Your word also says, if one member suffers, all suffer together. If one member is honored, all rejoice together. Let that spirit take root here. Grant them ears to hear each other's concerns, minds that seek understanding, hands ready to build bridges rather than walls, and hearts ready to celebrate the successes of one another as each utilizes his or her gifts and experiences. So, please restrain selfish ambition here and sow seeds of cooperation. Guide them to craft laws that promote the flourishing of every citizen of this great state. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Venton Jones of Dallas County to lead us to the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Members and guests of the gallery, if you would please join me in honoring our great nation by giving our pledge of allegiance to our state and our nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
what color are the envelopes today?
believe they were orange when they came in, sir, but it appears the clerks have taken it off his hands.
Admit the messenger. Reluctantly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed.
Chair announces the signing in the presence of the House.
ATR 128.
Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services will meet today upon lunch recess at desk number 2 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Sunil Modi from Allen as the Doctor of the Day. Members, join me in welcoming our Doctor of the Day. Members, please take your conversations outside the rail. The chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Today, we join the Round Rock Express baseball team in celebrating their 25th season at the Dell Diamond. The Round Rock Express was established in 2000 by a group that included Major League Baseball Hall of Famer Nolan Ryan, who earned the nickname Ryan Express during his career, and whose nickname carried over into the making of the Round Rock Express. Over the years, the Express has garnered many accomplishments, starting with winning the Texas League Championship during its first year and collecting 10 division titles along the way. Notable players include Yordan Alvarez, John Buck, Roger Clemens, Chris Davis, Morgan Ensberg, Joey Gallo, Keith Ginter, Jason Hirsch, Josh Jung, Roy Oswalt, Hunter Pence, Kyle Tucker, and Jose Urquidy. The Round Rock Express is also the current AAA affiliate of our beloved Texas Rangers. The Express plays its home games at the Dell Diamond, a venue in our community that consistently ranks among the top ballparks in all of minor league baseball. And beyond entertainment, the Express actively supports its surrounding community through many local partnerships and outreach programs. And on a personal note, members, many highlights of my childhood include the Round Rock Express. I went to several of the games, first games of its first season when I was a kid. And a fun note, my mom actually went into labor with my baby sister while we were at one of these games. And I have a lot of fond memories of watching the fireworks displays at these games on Friday nights in the summer. So will y'all please help me welcome our guests on the dais and help me in celebrating the Round Rock Express's 25th season.
Chair recognizes Mr. Louderback for a motion.
Motion to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider H.R. 867, congratulating Ganado High School.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 867 by Louderback congratulating Ganado High School football team on winning the 2024 UIL 2A Division I state championship.
Chair recognizes Mr. Louderback.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How about them Indians? I am honored to represent Ganado High School football, which is here today as we celebrate their 2024 2A Division I state championship. The Indians' historic 15-1 season culminated with their first state championship in school history and the first in the county in a nail-biting double overtime win in an AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas. I want to congratulate Coach Josh Irvin and all assistant coaches, offensive most valuable player Bryce Ullman, defensive most valuable player Kane Hayden, and all the hard-working, dedicated players that have made our community proud. It is an honor to represent the Ganado Indians and to present this resolution on their behalf. Members, please join me in congratulating these fine young men, their coaches, and the Ganado community. Thank you all. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 889.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 889 by Buckley congratulating the Providence Preparatory School girls basketball team on winning the 2025 Texas Christian Athletic Fellowship State Championship.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today we recognize the Providence Preparatory School girls basketball team on winning a state championship title. Led by coaches Tim Hodge and Justin Gaidasek, the team excelled during their regular season and playoffs to defeat in-district rival Grace Academy to finish their season with a record of 17-6 and claim the Texas Christian Athletic Fellowship 2025 state title. The Lady Rams have accomplished this incredible feat in their fourth season of the program, establishing a wonderful legacy of excellence for future players to aspire to. In the gallery with us today are coaches, team members, team managers, and parents here to celebrate this great achievement.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hicklin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to draw your attention to the Providence girls basketball team that won their state championship. We're so proud of you. You make our district proud. Parents, coaches, players, please stand to be recognized.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the team, congratulations. Welcome to your Texas capital. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. All right. Chair recognizes Ms. Button for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have the great honor of welcoming members of the Leadership Garland to the state capitol for their State Government Day. This is the state's longest-running leadership training program, which equips the members with skills and perspectives needed to contribute to our communities. And yesterday, I had a chance to meet each of them, as well as my colleague, Representative Bowers, joined me. And if you are here tonight, I know you are here with the Leadership Garland, please stand, be recognized. All right, members, please welcome, give them a round of applause. Garland is my hometown, and I love each of you. Thank you for coming to the people's, your great capital of Texas.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd like to take a moment to recognize some folks who are with us in the gallery today. Representatives from Keep Texas Beautiful and their local affiliates from around the state are here to visit with their elected officials today. Please stand so we can see you here. Originally known as the Beautify Texas Council, Keep Texas Beautiful was established to improve the appearance of cities and highways across the state. Today, Keep Texas Beautiful has grown to be the largest affiliate network of Keep America Beautiful, serving communities small and large. Through this program, they work with local governments, high school students, and churches, connecting people through a love of community and environmental preservation. In 2024 alone, they collected approximately 1.04 million pounds of trash and recycling, planted over 3,000 trees, and completed a total 113,988 volunteer hours. They are a proud partner of Don't Mess with Texas campaign through the Texas Department of Transportation, teaching Texans the real cost of littering. Members, please join me in celebrating Keep Texas Beautiful Day at the Capitol as we honor more than 5 decades of unwavering dedication to preserving the beauty of our land and assuring Texas is the best place to live, work, and play. Thank y'all so much.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today, I'd like to recognize a distinguished group of individuals from Southeast Texas, men whose lives have been defined by service, leadership, and deep commitment to the communities of Beaumont and Port Arthur. These are individuals who didn't wait for the spotlight to do what was right. They stepped up, they got involved, they stayed involved, and they lifted others up as they climbed. Their journey reflects the very best of Southeast Texas and their resilience, pride, and belief in building something better. And the truth is, they don't need a title to lead. Their presence speaks, their actions teach, and their love for their community runs deeper than politics. Men like these are the blueprint that have raised me. I have a few of them here. 2 of them unfortunately couldn't be here, but we're going to start off with Mr. Harold Doucette. He is a representative He is respected for his public service. He's a military vet from Port Arthur, has served multiple terms on the Port Arthur City Council, and has held the position of Mayor Pro Tem. Doucette has been instrumental in advocating for the efficient use of taxpayer funds and enhancing city services. You all see where I get that from as well. And then I have one of my absolute favorites here, Mr. Norris Baptiste, who I have known since I was a little boy interning in different congressional offices. Mr. Baptiste holds the distinction of being the first African American appointed as a U.S. Marshal for the Eastern District of Texas, a position he assumed in 1994 after being nominated by President Bill Clinton and confirmed by the U.S. Senate. We also have one of my grandmother's favorite and best friends. We have Coach James Gamble. Coach James Gamble led Lincoln High School basketball team to 4 state championships and assumed over 670 career wins between 1963 and 1988, making him one of the most successful high school coaches in Texas history. 2 of the people who couldn't be here today were Eddie Senegal. For over 4 decades, Mr. Senegal has built more than just buildings. He's built trust, opportunity, and hope for countless families and congregations. His work stands as a testament to what happens when craftsmanship meets purpose. And lastly, who also could not be here today, Judge Paul Brown. Judge Paul Brown made history as the first black justice of the peace in Beaumont, Texas. A giant in our local judiciary system, he has long been a champion for justice, equality, and civic engagement in Southeast Texas. While he has not been able to make it to Austin today, I want to take a moment to recognize him and thank him for his decades of service and leadership. And in closing, I would like to say it's men like these that have been the pillars of my community where I come from, where I learned how to work with people, how to stand, and these are the people that raised me up, the people that I was able to go talk to as a child and ask questions, and as a person who, when I was running for office, I was able to ask questions and ask for guidance. And I'm very blessed that I've had pillars like these, strong men like these in my community that have lifted me up. And I'm so thankful to each and every one of you for everything that you've done, not just for me, not just for our community, but personally to every bit of love you've given to my family and to myself. So thank you all so much. And Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Brother?
Ms. Simmons, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
So, if we have to be here on Sunday, is it possible for the Speaker of the House to arrange something nice for the moms?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Simmons, for what purpose?
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Do you not like moms?
That is unfortunately not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail. The chair recognizes Mr. King for a recognition.
Members, guests in the gallery, tomorrow is World Ovarian Cancer Day. Representative Richardson and myself want to bring your attention to this important milestone of actually having World Ovarian Cancer Day, which is tomorrow. But today, you're all invited to a luncheon in the Legislative Conference Center hosted by the American Cancer Society Action Network, the KK 125 Ovarian Cancer Research Foundation, not quite, and GenNab, as we convene for a World Ovarian Cancer Day Lunch and Learn. We will explore state policy and private sector initiatives supporting research, innovation, and patient access across the gynecological cancers impacting thousands of Texans each year. Join us in the conference center. It's Franklin's Barbecue. It's from 12 to 1. Thank you.
The following announcements, the clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Corrections will meet today upon lunch recess in room 1W.14 Agriculture Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business. The Committee on Insurance will meet today upon lunch recess at desk number 14 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business. The Committee on Ways and Means will meet today upon lunch recess in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business. The Committee on Ways and Means Subcommittee on Property Tax Appraisals will meet today upon lunch recess and after adjournment of the Ways and Means Committee in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Ellen.
Members are ready to begin consideration of the local consent and resolutions calendar. If you have a bill on today's calendar, please be ready to explain your bill when it's reached on the calendar. Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain SB 1744.
Kemp County Memorial Highway.
Members, you've heard the explanation of SB 1744. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out SB 1744. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1744 by Hughes.
Question occurs and passes third reading of SB 1744. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. SB 1744 is passed the third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Gertis to explain SB 1364.
Horsepower restrictions, move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of SB 1364. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out SB 1364. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1364 by...
Question occurs and passes the third reading of SB 1364. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. SB 1364 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Cunningham to explain SB 1316.
E-cigarette advertisement.
Members, you've heard the explanation of SB 1316. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out SB 1316. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1316 by Cook relating to...
Question occurs and passes the third reading of SB 1316. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. SB 1316 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain HB 2026.
Gary Johnson Memorial Highway.
Members have heard the explanation of HB 2026. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 2026. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2026 by Frank relating to...
Question occurs and passes to engrossment of HB 2026. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 2026 is passed to engrossment. Members, next bill on the calendar is HB 3302. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain SB 1422.
Billy Mansion Memorial Bridge.
Members, you've heard the explanation of SB 1422. Is there objection to consideration? Chair has none. Chair lays out SB 1422. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1422 by Hughes relating to the designation.
Following committee-approved amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hefner.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the amendment.
This is a one-word amendment memorial. Move passage.
Mr. Hefner sends up an amendment that's been approved by the committee. Is there any objection to adoption of the amendment? Chair has none. The amendment's adopted. Question occurs in the passage to third reading of SB 1422. Is there any objection? Chair has none. SB 1422 is passed third reading. Mr. Hefner moves to lay House Bill 3302 on the table subject to the call. Is there objection? The chair has none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 3368, has been withdrawn by the author. Chair lays out, Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain HB 1639.
Study on cancer for female firefighters.
Members, you heard the explanation of HB 1639. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 1639. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1639 by Patterson.
Question occurs in passage to engrossment of HB 1639. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 1639 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain HB 5652.
Municipal Utility District 258.
Members, you heard the explanation of HB 5652. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5652. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5652 by Metcalf.
Question occurs in passage to engrossment of HB 5652. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5652 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain HB 4650. Chair recognizes Ms. Lawson to explain HB 4655.
Financial education in the PALS program, move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 4655. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 4655. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4655 by Hull.
Question occurs in passage to engrossment of HB 4655. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 4655 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain HB 5654.
Municipal Utility District 263, move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 5654. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5654. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5654 by Metcalf.
Question occurs in passage to engrossment of HB 5654. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5654 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain HB 5658.
Craver Ranch Municipal Management District, move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 5658. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5658. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5658 by Patterson relating to...
Question occurs in passage to engrossment of HB 5658. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5658 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Lalani to explain HB 5656.
Thank you for the Fort Bend County mud.
Members, you heard the explanation of HB 5656. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5656. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5656 by Lalani.
Question occurs in the passage of engrossment of HB 5656. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5656 passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Flores to explain HB 4894.
Creedmoor Mudd.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 4894. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 4894. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4894 by Flores.
Question occurs in the passage and engrossment of HB 4894. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 4894 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Dyson to explain. To explain HB 4996.
Just say no to fraudulent liens.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 4996. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 4996. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4996 by Dyson and Lehman.
Question occurs in the passage and engrossment of HB 4996. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 4996 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain HB 5088.
Streamlining the major events program.
Members, you heard the explanation of HB 5088. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5088. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5088 by Spiller Leaning.
Question occurs in the passage and engrossment of HB 5088. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5088 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Flores to explain HB 5650.
Mustang Ridge Mudd.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 5650. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5650. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5650 by Flores.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 5650. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5650 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain HB 4464.
T-Dem.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 4464. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 4464. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4464 by Gonzalez.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 4464. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 4464 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain HB 3751.
TxDOT transfer property to DPS Tyler County.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 3751. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 3751. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3751 by Ashby.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 3751. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 3751 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain HB 5665.
Waller County Mud.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 5665. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5665. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5665 by Kitzman or Linden.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 5665. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5665 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Gates to explain HB 5661.
Fort Bend Mud 286.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 5661. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5661. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5661 by Gates.
Question occurs on the passage to engrossment of HB 5661. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5661 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain HB 1237.
TCQ license renewal grace period.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 1237. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 1237. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1237 by Guillen or Linden.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 1237. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. HB 1237 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain HB 2802.
ATX firefighters.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 2802. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 2802. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2802 by Busey.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 2802. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 2802 is passed to engrossment. Okay. Chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain HB 5437.
Austin County Mud.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 5437. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5437. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5437 by Kitzman.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 5437. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5437 passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain HB 2703.
This would establish July as American Patriotism Month in the state of Texas.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 2703. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 2703. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2703 by Raymond.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 2703. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 2703 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Oliverson to explain HB 5666.
Fensky Road Mud.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 5666. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5666. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5666 by Oliverson.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 5666. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5666 passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Alcott to explain HB 5667.
Update to the Parker County Juvenile Board.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 5667. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5667. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5667 by Alcott.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 5667. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5667 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HCR 113. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain SCR 29.
El Paso.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of SCR 29. This is a record vote. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Back up. Members, you heard the explanation of SCR 29. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out SCR 29. Clerk will read the resolution.
SCR 29 by Blanco, designating a
Question occurs on the adoption of SCR 29. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso voting aye. Show Ms. Pettis voting aye. Show Mr. Lozano voting aye. Show Mr. Hayes voting aye. Show Mr. Lowe voting no. Have all voted. There being 128 ayes, 14 nays, SCR 29 is adopted. Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso moves to lay HCR 113 on the table subject to the call. Is there objection? The chair is none, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes to explain HCR 86.
Naming Denton the Halloween capital of Texas.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HCR 86. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out HCR 86. Clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 86 by Hayes, designating the city of
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 86. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hayes voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 115 ayes, 21 nays, HCR 86 is adopted. Members, we're going to adjourn briefly to start a new legislative day. Representative Patterson moves that the House stand adjourned until 11:10 a.m. today. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the House stands adjourned until 11:10 a.m. today. The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. Representative Patterson moves to excuse those members on this legislative day who were excused on the previous legislative day. Is there any objection? Chair is none. So ordered. Representative Patterson moves to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider at this time on third reading and final passage the bills on the local consent and resolutions calendar to be read by bill number and author only, which were considered on the previous legislative day. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the rules are suspended. Representative Patterson moves to use the first record vote taken on third reading and final passage for all bills on the local consent and resolutions calendar, with the understanding that a member may record an individual vote on any bill with the journal clerk. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the motion prevails. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1744. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1744 by Hughes relating to designation of the Farm to Market Road 3535 in Camp County as the Camp County Vietnam Veterans Memorial Highway.
Chair recognizes Representative Heffer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This creates a memorial highway in Kemp County.
Members, the question occurs in the final passage of Senate Bill 1744. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted now? Being 148 ayes, 0 nays, SB 1744 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage the following bills to be finally passed by the record vote just recorded on Senate Bill 1744. The clerk will read the bills.
SB 1364 by Nichols, SB 1316 by Cook, HB 2026 by Frank, SB 1422 by Hughes, SB 1639 by Patterson, HB 5652 by Metcalf, HB 4655 by Hull, HB 5654 by Metcalf, HB 5658 by Patterson, HB 5656 by Lalani, HB 4894 by Flores, HB 4996 by Dyson, HB 5088 by Spiller, HB 5650 by Flores, HB 4464 by Gonzalez of El Paso, HB 3751 by Ashby, HB 5665 by Kitzman, HB 5661 by Gage, HB 1237 by Gann, HB 2802 by Busey, HB 5437 by Kitzman, HB 2703 by Raymond, HB 5666 by Oliverson, HB 5667 by Olcott.
Pursuant to a previously adopted motion, the chair declares those bills just read by the clerk to be finally passed. Mr. Guerin moves to defer the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's business. There are objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Kane for a recognition. Just kidding. Chair recognizes Mr. Kane for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's my distinct pleasure to take a moment to recognize the incredible work. Yes,
Members, please give Mr. Kane your attention.
Real quick. So, right now we're going to take a moment and recognize the incredible work of Mrs. Helen Morales, the wife of State Representative Eddie Morales, who planned and executed this year's. Yes, give us love. She planned and executed this year's Taste of Texas event for the Legislative Ladies Club with truly exceptional grace and skill. As many of you know, the Legislative Ladies Club has long been a cornerstone of community and support for the spouses and families of our state legislators. It's a group rooted in tradition, fellowship, and service, and Helen upheld that tradition beautifully throughout this event. From thoughtful details to seamless coordination, every element. It's my understanding that the Taste of Texas reflected Helen's dedication to excellence and grace in the spirit of the club. Events like these don't just happen, they require vision and leadership, and talent. Helen, you've got all that and more. You created an atmosphere that was welcoming, joyful, and fun for all involved. So on behalf of our spouses, my wife being the president of this organization this year, we want to say thank you. Thank you for your hard work. It's a memorable event. Bravo.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just briefly, thank you, Helen, for what you do. Thank you to President Burgundy Kane also for the invaluable mentorship that she provided to Helen.
Your better half.
And my much better half. Yes, we all know that. But thank you to the legislative ladies above all. You all do above and beyond what you are asked to do as our better halves. We all know that. So thank you for that opportunity. Thank you for being a part of your lives. We live in your world, and we recognize that every day. So thank you for that.
Good job, well done.
Members, we're about to go on the calendar. If you have a bill on today's calendar, please be ready. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2196. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 2196 by Johnson relating to the period during which an order for an emergency protection remains in effect.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Remember, this bill extends duration of emergency protection orders, and I move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of SB 2196 is the record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Manuel voting aye. Show Ms. Plesa voting aye. Show Mr. Hopper voting no. Show Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Have all voted. There being 125 ayes, 20 nays, SB 2196 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 463. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 4063 by Campbell relating to the definition of facility for purposes of workplace violence prevention requirements.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 463 will strengthen the workplace violence prevention law passed last session and protect more healthcare workers. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of Senate Bill 463. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Have all voted. Being 145 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 463 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 856. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 856 by Flores relating to the use of the Skills Development Fund by certain entities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 856 amends the Labor Code to add the Texas A&M Engineering Experiment Station, also known as TEAS, to the list of eligible entities for the Skills Development Fund administered by the Texas Workforce Commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of Senate Bill 856. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 146 ayes and 1 nay, Senate Bill 856 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1245. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1245 by Blanco relating to taking an out-ad sheep by using a helicopter.
Chair recognizes Mr. King for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 1245 to the end of today's third reading calendar.
Members have heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1169. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1169 by Hinojosa relating to the public utility agencies providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this strengthens the statutory framework for public utility agencies to better support regional collaboration on water and wastewater infrastructure across Texas, and move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of Senate Bill 1169. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schofield voting aye. Have all voted? Being 102 ayes, 45 nays, SB 1169 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 509. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 509 by Betancourt relating to requiring notice of the Attorney General and an action under the Election Code seeking a temporary restraining order.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schofield to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the bill that would require you to notify the AG before changing election law. I move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of SB 509. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schofield voting aye. Have all voted? Being 98 ayes, 49 nays, SB 509 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 985. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 985 by Betancourt relating to the combination of certain election precincts.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Combination of voting precincts under limited conditions.
Question occurs in the final passage of Senate Bill 985. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hayes voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 94 ayes, 52 nays, Senate Bill 985 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 305. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 305 by Perry relating to the criminal offense of passing certain vehicles on a highway.
Chair recognizes Mr. King to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 305 seeks to add animal control officers, animal carcass removal vehicles, and parking enforcement vehicles to the move over, slow down laws. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of Senate Bill 305. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 127 ayes, 20 nays, SB 305 is finally passed. Chair lays out Senate Bill 552 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 552 by Hoffman relating to changing the eligibility of certain persons to receive community supervision, including deferred adjudication community supervision.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach per a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 552 until 9:53 a.m. tomorrow, Thursday, May 8th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1535. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1535 by Kitzman relating to the Trinity River Authority of Texas following recommendations of the Sunset Advisory Commission, specifying grounds for the removal of a member of the Board of Directors.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, this is a sunset bill on the Trinity River Authority.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 1535. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kitzman voting aye. Show Mr. LaHood voting aye. Have all voted? Being 147 ayes, 0 nays, HB 1535 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 123. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 123 by Dutton relating to measures to support kindergarten readiness and early literacy and numeracy skills for public school students, including an early childhood parental support program and to funding under the Foundation School Program to certain school districts and to support those measures.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you all. I think that what we did with House Bill 123 yesterday is not only sending a message, but it's going to be transformative in terms of how our kids perform in reading and math on third grade. It is going to make a significant, huge difference in the achievement of our students. And so I want to thank a number of people today, particularly the groups that we met with, particularly my staff, particularly the speaker who got involved in this, and certainly all the school districts that I've had a chance to talk to in terms of trying to make this come to reality. They all recognize that we have a problem. They all want to be part of the solution, and I thank the members here for making sure that we become a part of the solution. And I think there's an amendment that we've got to correct something that Representative Hinojosa did yesterday that affects the dyslexia path that students are on, and so I'm going to accept that amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hinojosa.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, yesterday with the amendment that I did, we inadvertently, in an attempt not to upset the special education mothers, because we did something we weren't supposed to do. So this was the amendment that said we don't use K through second testing for accountability. That part stays in there. We're just making sure that we're not touching the special education part because that's important and it is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Ms. Hinojosa sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton on the bill as amended.
Again, members, thank you all very much, and I think we'll begin to see something changed about the success of our students, and this will make Texas a great state. So I move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 123. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all voted. There being 135 ayes, 12 nays, HB 123 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1804. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1804 by Tepper relating to the compliance with the filing requirements of certain reports of political contributions and expenditures, including as a qualification for a public elective office, providing administrative penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill simply requires the Texas Ethics Commission to monitor whether political subdivisions post campaign finance reports online as required under current law. No one will be disqualified. Move passage.
Question occurs on the final passage of HB 1804. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Tepper voting aye. Have all voted. Being 99 ayes, 46 nays, HB 1804 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 426. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 426 by Bernal relating to Medicaid and Child Health Plan program coverage and reimbursement for childhood cranial remolding osteosis.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the baby helmet bill. Move passage.
Question occurs on the final passage of HB 426. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 108 ayes, 40 nays, HB 426 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1773. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1773 by Bojani relating to allowing the Board of Trustees of certain school districts to create a non-voting student trustee position on the board.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows school districts the option to appoint a non-voting student trustee on the board. Thank you, Chairman Ashby, for your amendment that provides necessary guardrails, and I move passage.
Members, question occurs on the final passage of HB 1773. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bojani voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 100 ayes, 47 nays, HB 1773 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1871. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1871 by Dyson relating to the punishment of the criminal offense of an attempted capital murder of a peace officer, increasing a criminal penalty, changing eligibility for parole and mandatory supervision.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dyson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please join me in supporting our heroes in blue.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 1871. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dyson voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 180 ayes, 35 nays, HB 1871 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2035. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2035 by Oliverson relating to notice provided by a chemical dependency treatment facility to the parent, managing conservator, or a guardian of a minor refused admission to the facility.
Chair recognizes Mr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we passed yesterday that would prevent a parent from losing a child to an overdose after having been turned away by a treatment center for involuntary commitment for that child. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 2035. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all voted? Being 140 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2035 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2492. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2492 by Bowers relating to the period for which a person arrested for certain crimes involving family violence may be held after bond is posted.
Chair recognizes Ms. Bowers to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that we passed yesterday that will create the very necessary cooling off period and take it from a may to a shall.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 2492. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all voted? 146 ayes, 0 nays. HB 2492 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1411. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1411 by Allen relating to the use of personal leave during school holidays by certain school district employees.
Chair recognizes Ms. Allen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers and members. 1411 will allow these essential employees to use 2 days of personal sick leave once a year. Thank you.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 1411. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Allen voting aye. Show Mr. Buckley voting aye. Have all voted? Being 88 ayes, 58 nays, HB 1411 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4753. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4753 by Gates relating to the regulation by a municipality of a certificate for occupancy.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gates to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4753 relates to replacement for original certificate of occupancy. Move passage.
Question occurs on the final passage of HB 4753. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You ready? Have all members voted? Hit it hard. Being 145 ayes, 1 nay, 4753 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4666. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4666 by manual relating to streamlining the deadlines for the Health and Human Service Commission to submit certain required reports to the Legislature.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that is for the annual reporting for HHSC, and I have an amendment, and it is acceptable.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on.
Oh.
You've been here.
Amendment by Frank.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank on his first amendment.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Members, and I'll go slow. I see somebody freaking out over there. Sorry. I tried to come find you. This amendment aligns the due dates for reports in the health and safety codes. The purpose is to just make the deadline consistent on December 1st. I want to thank Representative Manuel. I saw it yesterday, but I saw it kind of late. I didn't want to. And the other is going through Doge. I wanted it to be a third reading amendment because Gio was good with the bill as well. So I move adoption.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Mr. Morgan, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I happily yield.
Gentleman yields for questions.
So were you the one at the back mic yesterday that was picking on a member for not having perfect bills and having to amend them on the floor?
I was indeed said member. This was not my bill, and in fairness, Chairman Capriglione said the only way he'd be okay with this going on is if I did it as a third reading amendment.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Move adoption.
Mr. Frank sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel.
Health and Human Services forever. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 4666. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 148 ayes, 0 nays, HB 4666 is finally passed. Members, for planning purposes, our lunch recess today is going to be right about noon. Charlie's out in third reading, HB 4529. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4529 by Hefner relating to provisional child care licensing.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill related to regulation of child care facilities on military bases. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 4529. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hefner voting aye. Have all voted? Being 147 ayes, 0 nays, HB 4529 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1499. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1499 by Wale relating to the creation of environmental product declaration grant program for manufacturers of ready mixed concrete.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the unicorn bill because we were able to convince the Associated General Contractors of Texas and TACA to support a concrete batch plant bill. And in full disclosure, HB 1499 establishes a grant program to help small business concrete batch plants access the EPDs. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs in the final passage of HB 1499. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wally voting aye. Have all voted? Being 99 ayes, 46 nays, HB 1499 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1610. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1610 by Leach relating to the non-substantive revision of certain provisions of the Code of Criminal Procedure, including conforming amendments.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the first of 3 non-substantive bills. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 1610. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all voted? Being 147 ayes, 0 nays, HB 1610 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2028. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2028 by Hicklin relating to the governmental bodies required to post on the internet notices and agendas for meetings under the Open Meetings Law.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hicklin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This brings governmental bodies into the millennium. Vote passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 2028. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hicklin voting aye. Have all voted? Being 146 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2028 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1506. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1506 by Ashby relating to the issuance of a license to carry a handgun to certain retired county court judges.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that adds retired county and district judges to the list of judges that are eligible for an expedited license to carry. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 1506. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all voted? Being 133 ayes, 12 nays, HB 1506 is finally passed. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Environmental Regulation will meet today upon lunch recess at desk 71 in a meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair has Mr. Alishaw for recognition. Announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just an announcement. When we break for lunch at noon today, the prayer and lunch will be upstairs in 3W9.
Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 886. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 886 by Vasut relating to one-time supplemental payment of benefits under the Employees Retirement System of Texas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the 13th check for state retirees. It does not apply to retirees in the elected class, but it does apply to our retired state troopers. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Harless voting aye. Mr. Bell voting aye. Have all members voted? 131 ayes, 9 nays. House Bill 886 is finally passed. Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. At noon today, there will be gay burgers in the lounge. Thank you.
Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3546. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3546 by Martinez relating to the authority of the Independent School District to change the date of the general election for officers.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this just aligns the election dates with the Uniform Election Code and move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Bell of Coppin voting aye. 146 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 3546 finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 796. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 796 by Bell of Montgomery relating to the Texas Sovereignty Act.
Mr. Bell.
10th Amendment, move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 94 ayes and 53 nays. House Bill 796 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 223. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 223 by Capriglione relating to exemptions to competitive requirements for purchases of certain services by a municipality.
Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 223 requires municipalities to competitively procure contracts for lobbying services. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 92 ayes and 56 nays. House Bill 223 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3556. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3556 by Vasut relating to certain structures located near a national wildlife refuge.
Mr. Vasut.
Where is it flying off to? Where is it flying? I will do that.
Mr. Vasut for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3556 until 2 p.m. today. It'll be back.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so made. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2448. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2448 by Moody relating to the waiver of a defendant's arraignment.
Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this gives clarity that an attorney can sign the waiver and arraignment on behalf of their client like they can do for all other documents. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 102 ayes and 40 nays. House Bill 2448 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4638. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4638 by Bodden relating to Texas Pharmaceutical Initiative.
Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Texas Pharmaceutical Initiative, which we passed last session, that is targeted to reducing our prescription drug costs for state employees. This cleanup language adds 2 members to the board and extends the sunset. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 140 ayes and 6 nays. House Bill 4638 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 111. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 111 by Capriglione relating to the public information law.
Mr. Capriglione.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 111 enhances transparency and public access to government records. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 96 ayes, 49 nays. House Bill 111 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 180. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 180 by Guillen relating to the border protection agreements between the states and the United Mexican States.
Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this codifies the authority of the governor to establish cross-border security agreements. Move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 114 ayes and 33 nays. House Bill 180 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1027. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 1027 by Shaheen relating to the provision of telepharmacy services.
Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1027 aims to expand telepharmacy services across Texas by removing outdated restrictions. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 148 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 1027 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1178. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 1178 by Cunningham relating to the creation of a temporary educator certificate for educators certified by other states.
Mr. Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill we heard yesterday would grant temporary education certificate to qualified out-of-state educators immediately upon application. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 148 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 1178 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 610. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 610 by Leo Wilson relating to the severance payment to a superintendent of a school district.
Ms. Leo Wilson.
This bill addresses excessive severance payments for superintendents that have been terminated by school boards, and there is amendment.
The following amendment. Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Olcott.
Chair recognizes Mr. Olcott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I love this bill. It basically takes money that would have been given to superintendents that have been terminated and puts it back in the classroom where it belongs.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Olcott, the amendment hasn't come up in the system. Could you
Sure.
talk us through it one more time,
Yeah,
please?
absolutely. It's simply on line 22. I believe it's line 22. I don't have the original.
I think we got it pulled up. Thank you so much.
You got it? It basically just changes it from 6 months to 4 months. So instead of getting a 6-month severance check, they're going to get a 4-month severance check. I move adoption.
Line 16.
Mr. Alcott sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Oh, hold on. Objection has been made. There is going to be a vote on the amendment. A division vote. Record vote has been requested. All those in favor of the amendment vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 76 ayes and 68 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Ms. Leo Wilson on the bill. It's third reading amendment. On third reading amendment, it requires 100 votes for an amendment to be adopted.
I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 146 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 610 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1277. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 1277 by Gonzales of El Paso relating to the study of the plant disease and pest outbreaks by the Texas A&M Agri-Life Extension Service.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the smaller part of the larger bill that Stan Kitzman had to support our agricultural communities, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 102 ayes and 46 nays. House Bill 1277 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1615. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 1615 by Leach relating to the non-substantive revision of certain local laws concerning water and wastewater special districts, including a conforming amendment.
Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is my second of 3 non-substantive bills. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 148 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 1615 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1620. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 1620 by Leach relating to non-substantive additions to revisions of and corrections in enacted codes to the non-substantive codification of disposal of various laws admitted by enacted codes and to non-conforming codifications enacted by the 88th legislature to other acts of that legislature.
Mr. Leach.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Speaker.
Schofield, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. Leach, on page 74 in section 8 of the bill.
Yeah.
Actually, could I put my entire legislative agenda into this non-substantive revision?
No comment, Representative Schofield. Members, I move passage of the Joe Moody Act of 2025.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. So Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? 148 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 1620 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5342. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 5342 by Landgraf relating to the provision of behavioral health crisis services, including the operation of crisis centers and mobile crisis outreach teams, authorizing a fee.
Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill ensures the continued stability of the 988 suicide hotline, and remember, no fee. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 147 ayes and 2 nays, House Bill 5342 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4885. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4885 by Moody relating to the disclosure of confidential juvenile records to a managed assigned counsel program.
Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to give special thanks to Chairman Leach for helping navigate this bill through the process. There's a lot of complicated things that we've worked on together, but this one's certainly near the top of the list, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 148 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 4885 is finally passed. Ms. Zwiener moves the House recess until 12:45. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The House stands in recess. You know, the House will come to order. Ms. Villalobos, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is there a shoe shiner in the men's restroom?
The chair is not advised.
Is there a way we can get some cool amenities in the women's restroom on the House floor?
You can visit with House administration.
Thank you.
Mr. Schofield, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry. How
State your inquiry.
How was the speaker able to determine it was Ms. Villalobos at the back mic? She wasn't taller than the mic stand.
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry. Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
How come men have to wear suits and ties and women get to wear whatever they want?
Mr. Canales, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry. Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on State Affairs to meet while the House is in session today at 2 p.m. in room 1W14, the Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on State Affairs will meet today at 2 p.m. in 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4751. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4751 by Capriglione relating to the establishment and administration of the Texas Quantum Initiative.
Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 4751 looks to create the Texas Quantum Initiative that will focus on exploring and finding opportunities for the state of Texas to bring quantum technology right here. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Strict enforcement has been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Members, please vote from your desks. Strict enforcement's been requested. You have to vote from your desk. Members, I'll give you plenty of time to vote from your desk.
That's pretty funny.
Is it funny?
I feel like this is dangerous.
Is it?
Can I do it?
Can we do it? No, I can't. We can't do it for you.
It's mine.
We can't.
The longest bill ever.
Hey, can you do a different rhythm? So A&M is hullabaloo, connect. I think she's cramping up. Keep going. Yes.
That's going to be ringing in our ears. Look, you got it. All right, keep going. You're good. You're good. You got it.
Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 94 ayes and 21 nays, House Bill 4751 finally passes. Please excuse Mr. Smithy because of committee business on motion of Mr. Darby. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4530. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4530 by Romero relating to the dedication and management of water rights placed in the Texas Water Trust.
Mr. Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4530 establishes a formal review process for groundwater dedications by the Texas Water Development Board. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Lozano voting aye. Have all members voted? 109 ayes, 27 nays. House Bill 4530 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4488. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4488 by Bonin relating to the creation and recreation of funds and accounts, the dedication and rededication of the revenue and allocation of accrued interest on dedicated revenue, and the exemption of unappropriated money from the use of general governmental purposes.
Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is our biannual funds consolidation bill. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 119 ayes, 18 nays. House Bill 4488 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2149. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2149 by Tupper relating to nonconforming land use after the adoption of or change to a zoning regulation or boundary.
Mr. Tepper for motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2149 until 9 a.m. Friday, May 9th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2071. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2071 by Hull relating to certain policies and procedures for healthcare specialty consultations and certain child abuse or neglect investigations and assessments.
Ms. Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Representative Hull's bill that passed unanimously yesterday. Builds on the work done in the previous session around the use of the Forensic Assessment Center network by DFPS, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 141 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 2071 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2282. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2282 by Lopez of Cameron relating to the amount of reimbursement fee paid by a defendant for a peace officer service in executing or prosecuting the arrest, warrant, capias, or capias pro fine.
Ms. Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2282 will save taxpayers millions of dollars. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 100 ayes and 43 nays. House Bill 2282 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2248. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2248 by Smithy relating to public information law.
Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Chairman Smithy's Public Information Act responses. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 142 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 2248 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2243. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2243 by Oliverson relating to the creation of the Texas Commission on Teacher Job Satisfaction and Retention.
Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is our Texas Commission on Teacher Job Satisfaction and Retention Act. I would be remiss if I didn't point out that we have a former public education chair in the gallery who helped me work on this legislation. Hello, Representative Huberty. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 113 ayes, 31 nays. House Bill 2243 is final passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2522. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2522 by Dean relating to fingerprinting requirements for the issuance of a dealer, generally distinguishing numbers to certain persons.
Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, bill we passed yesterday that cuts red tape. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Frank voting aye. Have all members voted? 141 ayes and 3 nays. House Bill 2522 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2310. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2310 by Ordaz relating to developing a strategic plan for the improvement and expansion of early learning and educational opportunities for young children with disabilities.
Ms. Ordaz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Texas Plan for Preschoolers with Disabilities. Thank you, Chairman Buckley, Representative Leo Wilson, and Rep. Plesha for being joint authors on this important piece of legislation. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 121 ayes, 24 nays. House Bill 2310 is finally passed.
Chair lays out House Bill 2513 on third reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2513 by Tupper relating to paid leave for absence of public employees serving as fire protection personnel who are engaged in certain military service.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a firefighter's bill to help them not use their personal vacation time to serve in the Guard and Reserve. Move passage.
Question occurs on the passage to engrossment of House Bill 25, final passage of House Bill 2513. Clerk will read the bell. Ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? They're bringing 145 ayes and 0 nays. Bear with me. House Bill 2513 is finally passed. Chair lays out House Bill 2300 on third reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2300 by Lalani relating to the distribution of hookahs creating criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lalani.
Mr. Speaker, members, yesterday there was some confusion and concern, so I will take a minute or two to clarify. As a physician, safeguarding the health and well-being of Texas youth is my utmost priority. HB 2300 tackles the critical issue of hookah use among young people by restricting access to individuals under the age of 21. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2300. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 81 ayes, 61 nays, House Bill 2300 is passed to engrossment. To final passage. We'll get that right. Chair lays out House Bill 1902 on third reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1902 by Cook relating to creating the criminal offense of jugging.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cookie.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, let's put an end to jugging in Texas, and I move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose, Ms.
will the
Gerben
gentleman
Hawkins?
yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I will.
Gentleman yields.
What is judging?
What is jugging?
Yeah.
It is an attempt where criminals are lying in wait while people are entering a ATM machine or following someone from a store and ultimately robbing individuals.
So in essence, when someone is trolling you,
That's fair.
trying to attack you or rob you or whatever?
All of that. So basically, this is considered a preparatory offense, and so this gives officers an opportunity to stop that ultimate crime before it happens. And that's the purpose of this bill.
Is that a legal term, a Wikipedia term, or what is that?
You have me.
All right, thank you. Thanks for answering my question.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield?
For what purpose?
questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
I do.
Representative Cook,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
wanted to say thank you very much for bringing this very important legislation forward. Is this a bill that you're bringing forward because of an incident in your community?
Well, I think it's going on throughout all of our communities. It's taking place more so in the most urban and larger counties like Dallas, Houston, here in Austin. But my understanding is the criminals are working together and moving from community to communities up and down the interstates.
I know a lot of our colleagues have been kind of making jokes, talking about we're going to outlaw juggling and things of that sort. But I think it's very important that we really, really understand what jugging means and who are often the victims of jugging.
I think the elderly would be a class that you're probably referring to, and I would agree with you that those are the ones that are targeted quite often.
Yes, sir. And I just want to say on behalf of my constituents of House District 124, we've actually experienced the death of one of our senior residents from this very crime of jugging, which is he went to a very reputable bank, went inside, made his transaction, got into his vehicle, and when he got home, folks had followed him home, robbed him, and killed him for his money. And so I am really grateful. This is a wonderful bill. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative Garcia.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for
Does
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
Gentleman
I
yields.
just have one question on what you said earlier, that it's a preparatory crime so you can stop it before it happens? How is that possible?
Yeah, so basically, this crime of jugging is the preparation of robbing someone. And so the hope is that prior to someone being followed home and maybe murdered or robbed at their home, that the law enforcement will have an opportunity to cut the crime off, the ultimate crime of robbery, before it happens. And so they can still charge this individual for jugging. That's why it's considered a preparatory offense.
Okay, so the jugging happens before the actual robbery, but together it's all jugging. So you can catch one of the perpetrators ahead of time and prevent the robbery or ultimate death or whatever has happened later.
That's fair,
Is
Representative.
that correct?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you so much.
Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill, I'm sorry, Mr. Lauterbach, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
Gentleman yields.
Representative, what the term jugging is a law enforcement term that comes from setting a bait from fishing, setting a bait and waiting for something to happen. That's where the term jugging came from, to define the term. It came from law enforcement years ago.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on the final passage of House Bill 1902. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes, 2 nays, House Bill 1902 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1813. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1813 by Busey relating to parental right to information concerning public school special education program and certain requirements for persons serving as special education representatives and hearing officers at impartial due process hearings.
Chair recognizes Mr. Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 1813 would require non-attorney, non-family advocates in due process hearings to complete some training. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1813. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 123 ayes, 17 nays, House Bill 1813 is finally passed. Chair lays out House Bill 3719 on third reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3719 by Hunter relating to the availability of dates of birth under the Public Information Law.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter. Ms.
Thank
Hawkins,
you.
for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Speaker, will the representative answer a couple questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Of course.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it, Representative. So, related to the availability of dates of birth under the Public Information Law, so that means we have to disclose our birth because maybe we don't want people to know how old we are, or it is not disclosed, or we have an option not to disclose.
There are 3 exceptions in there. For example, HIPAA, for example, no. What it does is it cures a around 2015, basically ruling where you were able to provide it. For example, if you are, I hate to bring you up, but we'll say if you were accused and you had a very common name, they want to be able to report it accurately. So what it does is it restricts it to making sure reporting only in those instances.
Only those instances. Thank you, Representative. I think this is a great bill.
Thank you. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3719. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Holt voting aye. Show Mr. Money running down the hallway voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 144 ayes and 0 nays, including Representative Money, House Bill 3719 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4284. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4284 by Guerin relating to an excessive discount on certain alcoholic beverages.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4054 addresses the excessive discount prohibitions. I move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4284. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes, 13 nays, House Bill 4284 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3743. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3743 by Olcott relating to the management to staff ratio for state agencies.
Chair recognizes Mr. Olcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this bill simply streamlines government agencies. I want to thank Chairman Carpiglione and Representative Kane for help with this bill. I move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3743. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes, 55 nays, House Bill 3743 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3778. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3778 by Lauterbach relating to the use of geothermal energy as a dispatchable generation source.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lauterbach.
Members, this is the bill we passed overwhelmingly yesterday to invest in reliable energy. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3778. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes, 2 nays, House Bill 3778 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5153. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5153 by Rose, relating to amending Chapter 62 of the Health and Safety Code by adding certain local health entities as provider types for reimbursement under the Children's Health Insurance Program.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5131 makes it easy for children to access health care in their communities. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5153. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 116 ayes, 26 nays, House Bill 5153 is finally passed. Chair lays out House Bill 5147 on third reading. Clerk will ring the bell. Read the bill.
5147 by King, relating to investigational stem cell treatment.
Chair recognizes Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5147 expands access to promising stem cell therapies while maintaining strong safeguards for patients. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5147. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? To bring 143 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 5147 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4877. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4877 by Paul, relating to Texas Property and Casualty Insurance Guarantee Association.
Chair recognizes Mr. Paul.
Fixes Texas Property Casualty Insurance Guarantee Association. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4877. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 4877 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4850. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4850 by Button, relating to programs within the Office of the Governor and the Texas Economic Development and Tourism Office.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 4850 updates and streamlines several functions of the Governor's Economic Development and Tourism Office. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4850. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes, 3 nays, House Bill 4850 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3261. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3261 by Johnson, relating to eligibility of certain criminal defendants for an order of non-disclosure of criminal history record information.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This authorizes the potential for petitions for non-disclosure for youthful, nonviolent offenders. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3261. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 89 ayes, 51 nays, House Bill 3261 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3005. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3005 by Gervin Hawkins, relating to the payment of funds under certain construction contracts.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the prompt pay bill where we pay our folks who do construction work on time, early, and when they need it. I move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3005. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 130 ayes, 13 nays, House Bill 3005 is finally passed. Chair lays it on third reading, House Bill 3033. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3033 by Craddock, relating to a grant program for nonprofit organizations supporting the Department of Public Safety, authorizing voluntary contributions.
Chair recognizes Speaker Craddock.
Mr. Speaker, members, this House Bill 3033 establishes the option for Texans to donate to nonprofit benefiting DPS employees and their families. I move adoption.
Members, question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3033. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show Ms. Allen voting aye. Bring 145 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 3033 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2849. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2849 by Allen, relating to policies on the recess period in public schools.
Chair recognizes Dr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers and members. 2849, simple bill that aims to promote child development and healthy learning environment through recess, which has been proven to enhance focus, memory, behavior, and academic performance. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2849. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 117 ayes, 27 nays, House Bill 2849 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2967. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2967 by Dutton relating to vision screenings for students in public or private schools, including vision screening information reporting for public school students and the creation of a vision care allotment under the Foundation School Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you. This is the vision bill. Okay, let me back up, members. Back up, members.
Back up, members.
Back up, members. This is the vision bill that we passed yesterday that we're going to do now for first through third graders out of the available funds. And I move adoption.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2967. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 111 ayes, 33 nays, House Bill 2967 is finally passed. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1245 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1245 by Blanco relating to the taking of certain odd-ad sheep by using a helicopter.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the mutton chopper bill. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1245. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Let the record reflect there are a lot of sheep noises. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 1 nay, Senate Bill 1245 is finally passed. Chair lays out House Bill 3531 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3531 by Morgan relating to the voluntary disclosure by an applicant for registration of a motor vehicle of the applicant's military status.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morgan for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3531 until 8 a.m. Friday morning, May 9th. Thank you.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chair has none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 1768 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1768 by Wale relating to the construction, expansion, or modification of certain concrete plants under a standard permit.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wally for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to postpone further consideration of HB 1768 until 8 a.m. Thursday, May 8th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chair has none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 333. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 906. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 906 by Blanco relating to the authority of the use of letters de sur le pelable to commission peace officers.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, in Texas, we have 3 federally recognized Native American nations, the Alabama Coshada in East Texas, the Kickapoo in Eagle Pass, and the Estado del Sur Pueblo in El Paso County. This bill allows for our Estado del Sur Pueblo to have commissioned peace officers, just like the Kickapoo and the Alabama Coshada. This is really, really important to the district because you can imagine on the reservation when they call the police, the tribal police come first. But in the issues, for example, of domestic violence, the tribal police can come first, but they can't engage, they can't help. And so we worked with the state and the locals and everybody. It's a really important law enforcement bill that everybody wants, and I move passage.
Members, question cards on the passage to third reading of Senate Bill 906. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Senate Bill 906 is passed to third reading. Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso moves to lay House Bill 333 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2914. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1229. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1229 by Hughes relating designation of a portion of the U.S. Highway 69 in Smith County as the Veterans Memorial Highway.
Chair recognizes Mr. Alders to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as you heard, the Senate bill is over. So this is a local bill designating part of Highway US 69 as a Veterans Memorial Highway. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs to passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1229. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Harris-Davila voting aye. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 1229 is passed to third reading. Members, Mr. Alders moves to lay House Bill 2914 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 2613 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2613 by Harris-Davila relating to the liability of water park entities for injuries arising from certain activities.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris-Davila for a motion.
Members, the Senate bill is almost eligible, so we're going to go ahead and postpone further consideration of HB 2613 until today at 4 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Chair lays out House Bill 3717 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3717 by Harris relating to the establishment of a grant program to fund the United States Food and Drug Administration drug development trials with ibogaine with the purpose of securing the administration's approval as a medication for the treatment of opioid use disorder, co-occurring substance use disorder, and any neurological or mental health conditions in which ibogaine demonstrates efficiency.
Mr. Harris for another motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we're almost there. Almost got the Senate bill over. Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3717 until 9 a.m. Friday, May 9th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. And Chair lays out House Bill 3704 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3704 by Anchia relating to notaries public creating criminal offense.
Mr. Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3704 until 10 a.m. Friday, May 9th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 2697 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2697 by Anchia relating to certain procedures in connection with the bond forfeiture.
Mr. Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2697 simply adds the prosecutor to the list of parties who must be notified when a bail bondsman intends to surrender a defendant charged with a felony back to the court. Move adoption.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 141 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 2697 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 3801 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3801 by or relating to the establishment of the Health Professions Workforce Coordinating Council and the abolish of the statewide Health Coordinating Council and the Nursing Advisory Committee of that council.
Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm laying this bill out for Representative Orr, who is, House Bill 3801 creates a statewide health professions workforce coordinating council. It is modeled after the existing statewide behavioral health coordinating council and importantly will replace, it doesn't add to, it replaces the statewide healthcare coordinating council. Mr. Speaker, I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by or.
Mr. Frank.
This amendment helps facilitate the transition of health professionals into the nursing profession. The work group will examine how to better align allied health careers into the nursing professions. It's obviously acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Frank sends up an amendment sent to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Frank on the bill.
I close and move passage.
Question occurs on passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 114 ayes and 32 nays. House Bill 3801 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 3099 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3099 by Gertis relating to an adult high school charter program funding.
Chair.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it true that 108 Senate bills have passed the House, yet only 2 House bills have passed the Senate?
The chair is not advised.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it true that only 1 House bill has been sent to the governor's desk while 35 Senate bills have been?
The chair is not advised.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it true that House Bill 2, the bill to fund our schools, which are currently shutting down, cutting teacher positions, and cutting essential programs, has been sitting in the Senate without a hearing for 20 days now?
The chair is not advised, Ms. Goodwin.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is the chair aware that the Senate K-16 committee has scheduled yet another hearing without House Bill 2, the
Chair
bill
is-
to fund our schools, on its agenda, marking the 3rd straight week that critical funding remains trapped in committee?
Chair is not advised.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, at what point will this body stand up for the 5.5 million Texas students who need House Bill 2? Or are we content to watch Lieutenant Governor Patrick deliberately bury our priorities while we continue to rubber stamp his agenda?
Ms. Goodwin, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Gerdes for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 3099 until 9 a.m. Thursday.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 3556 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3556 by Vasut relating to certain structures located near a national wildlife refuge.
Mr. Vasut.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to
Free the birds. I will gladly yield for questions.
Ms. Sweener, for what purpose?
Representative Vasoot, is this the bill?
Ms. Sweener, for what
Oh,
purpose?
I'm sorry. Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Representative Vasoot, is this the bill that Representative Darby amended yesterday?
Yeah, this is Chairman Darby and I's bill. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some intent questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Vasoot. I know we've spent a lot of time on your bill, or the House has, I should say. It's been, I guess, a couple weeks worth of work and quite a few hours by this body. Given that the House has spent so much time on this bill, and that once it leaves this body, it is the House's bill, no longer yours or Chairman Darby's, is it your intention to defend the House version of this bill when it goes to the Senate?
It is my intention to pass the best public policy to protect birds in my district.
Okay. So as you would agree that when bills leave this body, they become the House's bills, right? We're merely sort of messengers from the House at that point. We engage in vigorous discussions with the Senate to the extent their version of the bill is different, or if they try to amend this version. Is it your position that you will not defend the position of the House vis-a-vis the Senate?
I will always seek to negotiate in good faith with the Senate and the other members, but in full transparency, my goal, as stated as the bill is filed, was to ensure that we are properly mitigating the harm to wildlife, particularly in my district and along the coast. And so that is what I'm most, in full transparency, most focused on.
No, and I appreciate the transparency. Just to put a fine point on it, a supermajority of this House voted in favor of the bill as amended. It is not your intention to defend that supermajority's position when the bill goes to the Senate. Is that correct?
My position is and always will be to pass the best public policy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anchia. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Rosenthal voting nay. Have all members voted? Mr. Canals voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 96 ayes and 49 nays, House Bill 3556 is finally passed. Mr. Gerdes, for what purpose?
I'd like to make a motion to reduce to writing and place in the journal the recognition that Chief Brisket here did of the legislative ladies.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Craddock for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Transportation to meet of the House in session today at 5 o'clock, 1W14, which is the Ag Museum, in consideration of pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Transportation will meet today at 5 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agriculture Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion that the dialogue between Representative Vasoot and me that just occurred be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
Thank you.
Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3488. Clerk, read the bill.
HB HB 3488 by Dayala relating to representation for indignant persons subject to a civil commitment proceeding.
Mr. Dowla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, all of you have Jason here next to me helping me lay out this bill. This is an indigent defense cleanup bill. We have one statute that places certain obligations with the State Council of Offenders, while another places obligations with the Texas Board of Criminal Justice. To clarify these references, House Bill 3488 aligns both codes. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Have all members voted? 124 ayes and 20 nays. House Bill 3488 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3477. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3477 by Canales relating to the expunction of all records and files related to finding a criminal contempt by court.
Mr. Canales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is when a judge is angry at you or you haven't done something and holds you in contempt of court. That goes on your criminal record. What this bill says is that after 40 years, you're able to erase the opinion of some angry judge. And I'll stand for questions.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Quick question for the author.
Does gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for
Mr.
questions.
Canales, give us an example. I mean, let's say you could be held in contempt of court for maybe disobeying order, but you could be held in contempt of court maybe just being mouthy or a judge had a bad day. Is
Being
that right?
disrespectful or catching a judge on the wrong day, you
Yeah.
end up with basically a criminal contempt. It's a pseudo crime. You haven't really done anything other than make a judge mad.
So these are things that could harm your ability to get jobs. They kind of stick around even though you really didn't do anything.
So this is the point: is reducing the ability. It reduces the ability to get jobs, etc. It becomes a part of your criminal record, and so I think 40 years is a good benchmark for redemption.
It's long enough. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 127 ayes and 16 nays. House Bill 3477 is passed to engrossment.
Right. Chair lays out on second reading HB 3466. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3466 by Bell of Kaufman relating to the cancellation of certain consumer transactions.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3466 modernizes outdated and redundant consumer protections by exempting services that are cancelable at any time from Chapter 1601 of the Business and Commerce Code. This exemption means these services will be solely controlled by the much more comprehensive regulations in Chapter 1304 of the Occupations Code. This bill streamlines regulation while ensuring Texans continue to receive the robust consumer protections they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3466. Record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Darby voting aye. There being 139 ayes and 1 nay, HB 3466 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3396. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading HB 855. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 855 by Sparks relating to the authority of certain medical consenters to assume financial responsibility for certain out-of-network medical care provided to children in foster care.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 855 doesn't require, but allows foster parents to pay for out-of-network care for their foster kids. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 855. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 0 nays, SB 855 is passed to third reading. Mr. Frank moves to lay House Bill 3396 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading HB 3469. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3469 by Compost relating to exemption from certain activities from regulation as a structural pest control service.
Chair recognizes Ms. Campos.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this bill provides options for property owners, businesses, and other organizations to disperse nuisance birds in a way that does not interfere with the state-regulated pest control nor the federal protections in place. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3469. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Campos voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes and 7 nays, HB 3469 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2594. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2594 by Metcalf relating to the venue for the prosecution of certain criminal conduct involving theft.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2594 provides prosecutors with greater flexibility to pursue cases involving theft of intangible personal property like online fraud, digital assets like cryptocurrency, and intellectual property theft. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2594. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 0 nays, HB 2594 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 2776. This Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 703. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 703 by Zaffarini relating to criminal and licensing consequences for the commissioner of certain offenses by massage establishments, massage schools, massage therapists, and massage therapy instructors.
Chair recognizes Mr. McLaughlin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 703 strengthens protections against human trafficking and sexual abuse in the massage therapy industry. This bill expands the list of sexual trafficking-related crimes that disqualify someone from receiving or keeping a massage license. Offenses like indecency with a child, child pornography, and continuous sexual abuse. It also requires the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation to revoke licenses for anyone convicted of these crimes and defines massage therapists as healthcare providers under the Penal Code, holding them to the same standards as doctors and nurses. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 703. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. McLaughlin voting aye. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 0 nays, SB 703 is passed to third reading. Mr. McLaughlin moves to lay House Bill 2776 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB 65, SB 412, SB 522, SB 767, SB 879, SB 914, SB 1035, SB 1062, SB 1151, SB 1197, SB 1341, SB 1366, SB 1378, SB 1415, SB 1437, SB 1532, SB 1619, SB 1745, SB 1746, SB 1806, SB 1963, SB 2066, SB 2077, SB 2204, SB 8, SJR 18, SB 737, 372, SB 610, SB 765, SB 870, SB 922, SB 1008, SB 1044, SB 1057, SB 1106, SB 1268, SB 1369, SB 1403, SB 1577, SB 1583, SB 2032, SB 2034, SB 2314, SB 2349, SB 2629, SB 2964.
Chair lays out on second reading HB 2564. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2564 by Wilson relating to the valuation of defense economic adjustment assistance grant applications.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 2564 streamlines the Texas Military Preparedness Commission's DAG process by reducing administrative burdens. I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wilson.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the amendment.
This just basically supplants the Ledge Council draft. Move adoption.
Mr. Wilson sets up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. All those, is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2564 as amended. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Show Dr. Leilani voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 0 nays, HB 2564 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I move to reduce to writing all the debate on House Bill 3556 on both second reading yesterday and third reading today and place it in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2298. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2298 by Leilani, relating to healthcare facility grant program supporting the use of artificial intelligence technology in scanning medical images for cancer detection.
Chair recognizes Dr. Leilani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 2298 establishes a grant program administered by HHSC to support qualified hospital and healthcare facility in implementing AI technology for scanning medical images for cancer detection. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2298. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Leilani voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 85 ayes and 57 nays, HB 2298 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 5331. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5331 by Dean, relating to the enforceability of certain state agency and local government contract language regarding required security incident notifications.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean.
Thanks, Speaker. Members, state agencies and local governments may purchase cyber insurance policies to cover the risk of a digital security breach. Sometimes these insurance policies prohibit agencies from reporting attacks to the state, even when these digital attacks are required by state law to be reported. HB 5331 clarifies this conflict by saying these policies can't prevent agencies from following the law. Mr. Speaker, I do have a perfected amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dean.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean to explain the amendment.
Thanks, Speaker. The amendment simply cleans up the language for our universities and their similar notice requirements. I move adoption.
Mr. Dean sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Dean to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 5331 as amended. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dean voting aye. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 0 nays, HB 5331 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 5646. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5646 by Wilson, relating to in-state tuition for certain students in military-related programs.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, very excited about this bill. This House Bill 5646 ensures that our armed services can meet recruitment and commissioning goals to lead our next generation of patriotic warriors, all at no cost to the state. I do have an amendment.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
I'll wait until he's done laying it out, sir.
Okay. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wilson.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the amendment.
Yes, members, this amendment simply changes the effective clause to take effect immediately. Move adoption.
Mr. Wilson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
Gentleman yields.
So the purpose of manning our armed forces, how important that is that? You were a colonel in the military.
Absolutely, extremely important, especially in this day and age as we look as the threat continues to grow, but our recruitment and retention declines.
And these ROTC programs, when they're complete, they become military officers, is that correct?
They do. They commission to basically serve as the leadership of our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines.
And some of these members could potentially deploy within the first 6 to 12 months if there was combat, within 6 to 12 months after completing ROTC. So they could be at the very front, the tip of the spear, protecting Americans and American interests?
At the very front, matter of fact, as they're even in, sometimes it's shorter than that. If they're in their basic course, that's been known to be pulled out and sent to the front immediately.
And when you say there's no cost to the state, it's because they just get in-state tuition versus out-of-state tuition,
That is
correct?
correct.
And so we don't care where people want to come from to volunteer to join our military to protect our interests, correct?
That's absolutely correct. We want patriots and the willingness to serve, and at the end of the day, we're not filling all the seats of our ROTC programs
Well,
across the state of Texas.
I'm going to support this bill, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of HB 5646 to engrossment. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia Bear voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 0 nays, HB 5646 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 5247. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5247 by Guerin relating to alternative capital recovery process for certain utilities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House 5247 provides a targeted solution to bridge this period of hyper-growth investment some of our utilities are in, while simultaneously enabling those utilities to maintain a solid credit rating. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 5247. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes and 8 nays, HB 5247 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 5323. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5323 by King relating to the creation of the Texas Energy Waste Advisory Committee.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Representative King's bill. House Bill 5323 establishes the Texas Energy Waste Advisory Committee, bringing together leaders from key state agencies to focus on reducing energy waste. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 5323. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 108 ayes and 32 nays, HB 5323 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4384. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4384 by Darby relating to the recovery of a gas utility gross plant placed in service not yet being recovered in rates.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply addresses the financial strain caused by regulatory lag, which delays cost recovery for gas utilities after placing infrastructure in service, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4384. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Darby voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes and 10 nays, HB 4384 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3896. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3896 by Raymond relating to the generation of electric power for sale by a water supply or sewer service corporation.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would allow a nonprofit water supply corporation in Laredo to sell excess power generation back to the ERCOT grid and use those proceeds to help develop a desalination water treatment facility that will draw from the Carrizo-Wilcox Aquifer, providing a secondary water source for Laredo and surrounding areas. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3896. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Raymond voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 0 nays, HB 3896 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4014. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4014 by Busey relating to a study on the use of psychedelic therapies and treatment of certain conditions.
Chair recognizes Mr. Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 4014 directs the Texas Health and Human Service Commission to conduct a comprehensive study on the use of psychedelic therapies for the treatment of post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and other co-occurring mental health conditions. This bill will prepare Texas for the safe and efficient integration of psychedelic therapies into its healthcare system, ensuring that Texans struggling with PTSD, depression, and other mental health conditions have safe, affordable access to innovative treatment upon FDA approval. Mr. Speaker, we have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tinderholt.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tinnerholt to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment restores the inclusion of Baylor College of Medicine and the McGill Center of Psychedelic Research and Therapy at Dell Medical School at the University of Texas at Austin as the partners for HHSC in completing this study. Baylor College of Medicine and the McGill Center are leading institutions in the field of psychedelic medicine and research and are well equipped to complete this study. This amendment comes at the request of the Commission and will reduce the costs or fiscal note of this bill by more than 50%. I believe this is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Tinnerholt sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Busey to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4014 as amended. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Alderson voting aye. Show Mr. Van Dever voting aye. Have all members? Show Ms. Garcia of Bear voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 98 ayes and 41 nays, HB 4014 as amended is passed to engrossment. Please excuse Representatives Anchia, Turner, and Hernandez to attend a meeting of the State Affairs Committee on the motion of Mr. Bojani. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Please excuse Mr. Guerin, Mr. Darby, Mr. Metcalf, Ms. Davis, Ms. Thompson, Mr. McQueenie, Mr. Phelan, and Ms. Hull to attend a meeting on the Committee of State Affairs on the motion of Mr. Berry. Chair lays out on second reading HB 3627. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3627 by Tepper relating to the employment of persons by the State Board of Education.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3627 would allow the chair of the State Board of Education to hire its own employees. The employees would receive state employment, health, and retirement benefits. They reached out to us for help with some employees, and we would like to give it to them. And, Mr. Speaker, there is an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by A. Davis of Dallas.
Chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I can tell you, as a former member of the State Board of Education, we do not have any type of support whatsoever. This amendment just makes sure that every single one of the State Board members has access to that help and support to make sure we can do what we need to do for the 5.5 plus million kids in Texas public schools. Thank you.
Ms. A. Davis of Dallas sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3627 as amended. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Tepper voting aye. Show Ms. A. Davis of Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 112 ayes and 17 nays, HB 3627 is passed to engrossment. Please excuse Mr. King to attend a meeting of the Committee on State Affairs on the motion of Mr. Ashby. Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3594. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3594 by Lujan relating to the administration of a retirement health care plan for firefighters and police officers in certain municipalities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 3594 is a local consensus-driven bill that updates the San Antonio Fire and Police Retiree Health Care Fund. It streamlines contributions, removes outdated penalties on surviving spouses, and gives retirees more flexibility with no cost to the state. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3594. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lujan voting aye. Show Mr. Lopez Rivera voting aye. Show Mr. Cook voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 129 ayes and 0 nays, HB 3594 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2524. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2524 by Cook relating to recovery of fees, court costs, and expenses in family law proceedings.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2524 brings clarity and consistency within the Texas Family Code by standardizing the language when courts are awarding attorney's fees. HB 2524 is intended to simply bring consistency and reduce confusion and move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2524. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cook voting aye. Show Mr. Lopez Rivera voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 129 ayes and 0 nays, HB 2524 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 510. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 510 by Lopez Rivera relating to issuance of certified birth records to a homeless individual.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lopez Rivera to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 510 waives the fee for a homeless individual to obtain...
Mr. Bell, for what purpose?
I'll let him finish his layout. Yeah, to obtain their own certificate of birth certificates. The process for requesting a record already exists and doesn't change anything by this bill. It simply removes a financial barrier for those individuals that are homeless to be able to get their birth certificate for proof of...
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Mr. Bell, for what purpose?
I certainly do.
So when I read your bill, I have a couple of concerns that jump out at me really quickly. One of them is it has a shall in it that the county shall provide that birth certificate to that person who qualifies under your bill as homeless. And there's a lot of definition on what that means, including not having a physical address. Is that a fair characterization of your?
What this bill does is Health and Human Services would be given the permission to be able to waive that fee for the individuals to go to Health and Human Services. I'm not really sure if there's a fee that's associated with anybody else, but it would be giving them the ability to waive that fee.
Yes, sir. So my concern is that we're asking them to create guidance on how they would determine whether or not that it is the legitimate person who should have that birth certificate, because that, in the absence of some type of mail from somebody else's mailbox and serving that or using that as your identification. And certainly we live in a time where identity theft is a huge problem. And I'm very concerned that with the absence of guidance to the agency regarding what has to be used in order to qualify an individual for this service, would you entertain an amendment to include a directive to the agency to require biometrics, whether that's thumbprints or something of that nature, to make certain that the individuals who are going to receive a birth certificate under this actually have a right and an entitlement to that birth certificate?
I don't have a problem with what you're saying. The reality of it is currently there is guidance for Health and Human Services to be able to provide their validation. I believe that there's 4 different categories that they validate for, and that's in place now. This bill does not change anything. All it does is allow them to waive the fee. Currently, from 0 to 17.9 years of age, the fee is already waived. This would take it from 18 and above for adults, in essence, to be able to have the fee waived. That is all that it does. It doesn't change any of the qualifications that they're already in place. So if there's language that would simply say continuing to serve or to validate with existing practices, I certainly don't have a problem with that, but I don't know that that's really necessary.
Yes, sir. Well, when I read it, and what I understand that happens whenever we make make a change in statute, it can have unintended consequence. And my concern is, in the absence of clarity, we may create an unintended consequence where we're issuing birth certificates to people who are not entitled to that birth certificate.
Sure. Well, I understand that. The issue of consequences and the like, the consequence here is if these individuals can't validate a birth certificate, then they continue to remain homeless, can't get into a shelter, and those consequences, I think, completely outweigh any of the other issues that we might open ourselves up to. So while I understand your point of view,
I do appreciate the spirit and intent of your bill. I am very concerned that it could have an effect on everything from election integrity to financial matters. And so with that said, I'll be voting against the bill respectfully. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, I respect that. Thank you.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields.
Currently, there are qualifications to get a birth certificate. Are you changing that?
No, sir.
Are you making any changes to the validation, verification of somebody going to get a birth certificate?
No, sir.
There's not one change in your bill?
Not at all.
All this does is allow them to determine if the person is indigent so that they can waive the cost if they make that determination.
That is correct.
You have a good bill.
Thank you, sir. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 510. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Lopez of Bear voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 73 ayes and 55 nays, HB 510 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 561. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 561 by Lopez of Bear, relating to eligibility of certain local governmental entities affected by the realignment of defense worker jobs or facilities to receive grants.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lopez of Bear to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm back. House Bill 561 that's before you today will allow public utility companies like the San Antonio Water System to directly apply for DEAG grant programs in the instance where the city is not applying for the grant program. This bill does not alter any of the current rules on how or what purpose the grant fund can be used for. It simply allows municipality-owned utilities to utilize a program that seek to benefit them. I have a perfecting amendment. Okay, Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 561. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lopez bear voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 90 ayes and 40 nays, HB 561 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 5111. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5111 by Darby relating to the regulation of a campaign treasurer appointments and related matters and the content of and posting of information contained in a campaign treasurer appointment providing a civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 5111 until 2:30 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection to the motion? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 5446. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1025. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1025 by Betancourt relating to text of ballot propositions that increase taxes.
Chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 10, CSSB 1025 under Rule 8, Section 1A on the grounds that the caption fails to give reasonable notice of the subject of the proposed measure.
Mr. Wu, please bring down your point of order. Members, the point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair to continue on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a simple tax transparency bill that requires cities, counties, and special purpose districts to put on the ballot, this is a tax increase when they are increasing taxes. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1025. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Show Ms. Troxclair voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia of Bear voting nay. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Show Mr. Dyson voting aye. Show Mr. Busey voting no. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Wally voting no. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. There being 83 ayes and 44 nays, SB 1025 is passed to third reading. Ms. Troxclair moves to lay House Bill 5446 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1181. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1181 by Raymond, relating to the assignment of certain retired and former justices and judges.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, under current law, retired district judges who have served for 8 years are allowed to be visiting judges. Because of all the backlog we have, we've worked on this bill to change that to 6 years instead of 8. So they've been retired at least 6 years. I mean, they served at least 6 years. Then they can be visiting judges. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of HB 1181. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Raymond voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 113 ayes and 16 nays, HB 1181 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 3963. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3963 by Capriglione, relating to an early childhood integrated data system.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3963 establishes an early childhood integrated data system to integrate cross-agency data that is already being collected. To better coordinate early childhood programs across 4 state agencies, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3963. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 106 ayes and 27 nays, HB 3963 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out HB 511 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5111 by Darby, relating to the regulation of campaign treasurer appointments and related matters and the content of and posting of information contained in a campaign treasurer appointment providing a civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the campaign treasurer updated legislation. I have a floor substitute.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, don't normally do this, but this was a complete floor substitute. We laid this bill out before State Affairs, and then we didn't have any opposition, but we started hearing from folks that were concerned about it, so we have this substitute, which takes the following action. It removes the section that could, even by implication, subject a candidate, treasurer, or a PAC to criminal penalties. This was never the intent of the legislation. It separates candidates and PACs in statute to allow for a person to serve as a treasurer for multiple candidates or small PACs, but not both concurrently. This ensures that all local political clubs and small entities are not affected, and further ensures that candidates can all share a campaign treasurer. Moreover, this sub exempts candidate special purpose PACs, so your treasurer can run your candidate specific SPAC. This allows.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Well, let me complete the layout of the amendment.
Not at this time.
Then I'll be glad to. It allows those who engage in lobby activities to remain a PAC treasurer, but not a candidate treasurer. This was the main intent of the legislation. This sub corrects a drafting error to ensure that all required personal information of a candidate and a treasurer is fully redacted. It clarifies the full process for civil penalties to be in the moment, from the moment that the entity is noticed by certified mail, whereas the original language was vague and did not provide sufficient notice to candidates or their PACs. Adds a full transitionary period for those with treasurers appointed before January 1, 2026 to ensure that they will not be subject to penalties until May 1, 2026. Members, this legislation is critical to updating a statute that this legislature and previous legislatures have not addressed since the 1980s. So with that, I'll stand ready for any questions.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Well, first of all, I guess I need to move for adoption, right?
Well, Ms. Gervin Hawkins, do you have questions about Mr. Darby's amendment or about the underlying bill?
About the amendment.
Okay.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Darby. That's a large amendment. And I just want to get clarity on it and make sure the members are aware of what the amendment is doing. So are we impacting the candidates and PACs? And we're saying that the treasurer can serve with multiple candidates.
That's correct.
So one treasurer could serve as a treasurer for multiple candidates.
Correct.
But not for multiple PACs.
Correct. One treasurer cannot serve for more than one PAC.
Can they serve as for a candidate and a PAC?
As long as that PAC is a candidate's special purpose PAC.
And what is a candidate special purpose PAC?
One created to benefit the candidacy of a candidate for office.
So that, and then if they do, there's criminal penalties.
There's no criminal penalties associated with this.
Okay. It's just statute that says you cannot serve in those capacities if you're double dipping, basically, in some situations.
Well, I mean, clearly there are responsibilities that the Ethics Commission and this legislature puts on treasurers, responsibilities for reporting, for allocating proper expenses to the campaign. And so, but there are no criminal penalties, there's only civil penalties.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Darby, for answering my question. And I do have a questions on the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
So gentlemen yield for questions.
Gentleman yield for questions.
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Darby. My understanding of your bill is that it would prevent any of us in this chamber or anyone running for office in Texas from using an out-of-state treasurer. Is that right?
You could continue to use your treasurer that you have today. Nothing in this bill affects anybody's treasurer.
If you like your treasurer, you can keep your treasurer?
You can keep it. You can keep your treasurer. But if you appoint a new treasurer after January the 1st, 2026, then you could not be a treasurer of a candidate and as a PAC, nor could you have an out-of-state treasurer.
Well, I'm just confused about that aspect of it, Chairman Darby. What problem are we trying to solve by preventing candidates in Texas from using an out-of-state treasurer after this bill passes? Well, hold on. Well,
okay.
Just quick question. If I'm in office now, I can keep my out-of-state treasurer, but a new candidate running after this bill passes cannot use an out-of-state treasurer?
That's correct.
But why?
Well, these are Texas laws, Texas ethics laws, and we need to have somebody in Texas that will be the point person to answer any questions regarding that candidate or the treasurer's responsibilities. Again, they're subject to the jurisdiction of this state. We're asking them to be a treasurer for a candidate in this state, and I think that we need to have a resident of Texas acting as a treasurer for that candidate or for the PAC.
Okay. And the reason that I ask is my out-of-state treasurer has done a great job. All of my filings have gotten in on time. I understand that she's responsive to the commission, or at least subject to their jurisdiction if she's making a filing on my behalf. So what do we know out-of-state treasurers are doing wrong today that might suggest that we don't want to have them in the future?
Well, I mean, the whole purpose is about transparency and accountability. We want our treasurer, since we're dealing with funds, we're dealing with financial implications to people's campaigns. We want them to be fully aware of Texas laws and to be held responsible that if there's a violation of those laws, then they have a jurisdictional point of service here in this state.
Is there a place in the bill that says that I can keep my treasurer if I keep running for office, if that is an out-of-state treasurer?
Yeah, I mean, it's in the committee sub that you can continue to use your treasurer. You don't have to change treasurer, but if you continue to use the same treasurer, even after January 1 of 26, you can continue that. But if you want to change your treasurer after January 1, 26,
it must be to a Texas
then it must
person?
be for a Texas resident.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Darby.
Sure.
Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a quick question?
Gentleman yield for question. Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative. Just for clarification, just looking at the amendment, would it be limited now under this moving forward? I heard the grandfather conversation, but where one person can only be a treasurer to one person, like the same, like you could not be a treasurer to multiple other candidates under this bill. Is that correct?
No, you can.
You can.
A treasurer can be a treasurer for multiple candidates.
Okay. So you're not limiting that?
No.
And then one other thing, you are though in this bill, right now treasurers don't have the liability. You are moving liability to the treasurer, or
No.
some liability and responsibility to the treasurer.
Well, the repercussions are civil penalty would be if you have a non-qualified treasurer, then you could, that campaign could be liable for, I think, three times what was collected during that period.
Is non-qualified based on the new standards outlined in this bill?
So, I'm sorry?
By non-qualified, you mean outlined in this bill?
Let's just say that they weren't 21.
Okay.
Nor were they a Texas resident, nor did they give a valid Texas address, then you would not have a valid treasurer, and therefore, if you collected money, you may have to repay that money.
And it's
Return that
21
money.
for every race, even races that you don't have to be 21 to run for?
Correct.
And then I have one other question. I think you have like ID requirement, information requirements on the treasurer that goes beyond even the candidate as far as like Social Security. Am I correct? And
All of that information is used to demonstrate Texas residency, but all of it will be automatically redacted.
It won't be
That
public?
will not be available for the
All right,
public.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, hold on a second. Just a clarification question. Could a lobbyist be a campaign treasurer?
A lobbyist can be a campaign treasurer for a PAC.
For a PAC, okay.
Not for a candidate.
Okay. Thank you, Representative.
Move passage.
Mr. Darby sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? There is an objection. A division vote. All those in favor of the amendment vote aye. Although a record vote has been requested on the amendment, all those in favor of the amendment vote aye. All those opposed to the amendment vote nay. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Darby voting aye. Show Mr. Tinderholt voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 88 ayes and 46 nays, the amendment is adopted. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on, for, or against HB 5111 as amended? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Mr. Darby to close on the bill.
Thank you, members. This is an important piece of legislation. It affects everybody on this floor.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions on the bill?
Does the
Yes,
gentleman yield?
ma'am.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Representative Darby, thank you for answering questions. Let's be clear on the bill itself. What are you trying to accomplish in this bill?
I'm trying to update our treasurer statutes. We have not taken a look at this section of the code, elections code, and since 1987. We just need to bring
the provisions of this statute up to date.
So
And
could you review the provision specifically that you're trying to update from what to what?
Well, we're trying to, there's been a lot of misunderstanding about the designation of treasurer. There's a lot of
Hold on,
obscure.
Mr. Chair, can we get some order? I can't hear.
I'm sorry?
I'm trying to hear.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
Well, this simply updates our treasurer statutes. And
I know update is general, Representative Darby, so with all due respect, could you tell us specifically what pieces the old to the new?
Well, I mean, part of the initiative is to say that you have to have a Texas treasurer, and that treasurer has to be over 21 years of age. That's exactly what we're trying to do. We're trying to prevent what's happening sometimes when you have a campaign treasurer acting for a candidate that's also the treasurer of a PAC. And so we want to try to make sure there's no collusion between the PAC. This could be a general purpose PAC that receives corporate dollars, and yet the treasurer for that PAC is the same as the treasurer for the candidate. That, to me, smacks of collusion.
So you're doing a separation of duties and responsibilities?
Absolutely. There needs to be a separation between people who act on behalf of a PAC and people who act on behalf of a candidate.
Thank you for answering my question, sir.
That's
Thank
what
you.
this is designed for. With that,
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Darby. So I voted for this bill in State Affairs Committee and voted for your floor amendment a minute ago that changed the bill substantially. I'm hearing some confusion on the floor about what the bill does now, so I want to just kind of walk through with you if we could so the members are all clear on what the bill does and does not do. That's okay.
Yeah, and I'm happy. This is not normally what we do. I had a complete substitute, and I wanted to take enough time at the mic this
Right.
afternoon to make sure everybody on this floor understands what this bill does.
Me too. So under your bill as amended just now, a treasurer can serve as treasurer for a candidate and a PAC in certain circumstances. Is that right?
As long as that PAC is a specific purpose PAC for that candidate.
Okay, so a specific purpose PAC for the candidate, they can serve as a treasurer for the candidate's principal committee and their specific purpose PAC.
Correct.
But a treasurer cannot be treasurer of, say, my campaign committee and a GPAC. Is that
Correct.
right? Okay. All right. Understood. And then there's some question about additional liability for the treasurer. So if, let's just say, the Ethics Commission finds a violation with a report, right now the candidate is fined and is liable for that mistake. Under your bill as amended, does that shift now to the treasurer being liable?
No, it does not.
Okay.
No, it does not. It simply says after party is noticed and does not correct the violation, when the time provided by the commission, the civil penalty is 3 times the amount of political contributions or expenditures made during the eligibility period. So this is a complaint-driven process, and the TEC will not review all treasurers for compliance.
Okay. So the fine is still on the campaign committee or the
Correct.
PAC.
Yes.
But the TEC would review treasurers who are in non-compliance if they have been found to have committed a violation.
That's correct.
And then what are the consequences of that?
Again, civil penalty up to 3 times the amount of political contributions received during that.
But that is on the campaign committee, not on the treasurer personally.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So if I'm a treasurer of a PAC and the Ethics Commission finds that my PAC is in violation of our statutes, the fine comes out of the campaign committee or the PAC.
That's correct.
But not the treasurer personally.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Very good. All right, thank you for answering those questions.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for questions?
Sure.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Darby. Just a couple more questions.
Okay.
So, one thing that I've learned when considering your bill, Chairman Darby, is that there are apparently a number of service providers that provide third-party treasurer services for a living to a bunch of different PACs and candidates. Are you aware of that?
Yes. I mean, only generally, not specifically.
So, my main question to you, Chairman Darby, is that a bad thing that we have a treasurer who may represent multiple clubs, PACs, and candidates professionally for a living, providing those accounting services? And if it is a bad thing, why is that a bad thing?
We're just trying to make sure we have transparency and we don't lead to collaboration, if you will, between a PAC that receives perhaps corporate funds and a treasurer. We want transparency and we want accountability, that we keep all these silos separate and apart from one another.
But how does your bill achieve that transparency or accountability?
Well, to your example, if you've got a firm that's simply representing candidates, they can represent an untold number of candidates. There's no limit in this bill about the number of candidates that they can be a treasurer for. Likewise, if they're not a treasurer for candidates, they can be a treasurer for a number of PACs. It doesn't matter.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Darby.
Okay.
So you can't. Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield
Mr.
for a
Busey, for what purpose?
Last clarification question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
I'm sorry, will the gentleman yield for a question?
Does the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
Just to get clarification, could your prestigious elected official, if you wanted to be the treasurer for Representative Chris Turner and for Representative James Frank, if they wanted you to have that clout, would you be allowed to do that after this bill is passed?
Yes.
Yes, it would not impact that. All right, thank you, sir.
Okay. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 5111 as amended. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Darby voting aye. Show Mr. Tinderholt voting nay. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 75 ayes and 55 nays, HB 5111 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2785. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2785 by Garcia of Dallas, relating to the display of certain information on the Secretary of State's internet website prior to the completion of an online voter registration application.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 2785 is a clarification bill that makes our voter registration application process more secure. This bill ensures prospective applicants clearly understand that filling in a registration application on the Secretary of State's website does not complete their voter registration application. Currently, the Secretary of State shows a disclaimer after filling in the application, and their office has confirmed that they are not required to have this disclaimer. House Bill 2785 mandates that the Secretary of State's website prominently display a message that must be acknowledged before proceeding with the website. Information prospective applicants that 1. Submitting a voter registration application request on the website does not complete the voter registration process, and 2, a completed voter registration application must be printed, signed, and submitted to the appropriate county voter register. This bill has passed unanimously out of the Elections Committee and has broad bipartisan support from groups such as Harris County Ballot Security and Texas League of Women Voters. House Bill 2785 will reduce confusion surrounding our...
Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for a question about her bill?
Does the gentlelady yield for question?
I yield for questions.
Gentlelady yields.
Did I just hear you say that this would mandate the Secretary of State to do something? Is that right?
It's simply going to
Did I just hear you say that this would mandate, just say yes or no? Say yes. Say yes.
Yes.
So is this another one of those unfunded mandates? You don't even know it. Never mind. I withdraw the question, Your Honor.
Patriots like the bill. Okay.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2785. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Plisa voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia of Dallas voting aye. Show Ms. Weiner voting aye. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 113 ayes and 26 nays, HB 2785 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1661. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1661 by Vasu relating to election supplies and conduct of elections, creating criminal offenses, increasing criminal penalties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vasu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1661 seeks to address an issue we had in Harris County in 2022 about the availability of ballot supplies. There weren't enough ballot supplies at several polling places. The bill increases penalties for failure to distribute election supplies from a Class C to a Class A to make sure there's meaningful penalties. It also increases penalties for obstructing the distribution of election supplies from a Class C to, wait for the amendment, and then releasing election results before the polls close on election night from a Class A to a state jail felony. It also creates 2 Class A misdemeanors for the authority responsible for procuring election supplies if they intentionally fail to provide an election precinct with the required number of ballots or intentionally fail to promptly supplement the distributed ballots upon request by a polling place, and there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Busey.
Chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment changes the offense for obstructing the distribution of supplies to a Class A misdemeanor, and I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will gentlemen yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions on the amendment?
Representative Boosie, everything is going fast here. I'm trying to slow it down a little bit so I can understand. Your amendment does what?
It just changes it to a Class A misdemeanor for obstructing the materials, distribution of supplies to a Class A misdemeanor.
So when you say distribution of materials, what type of materials are we talking about?
Election materials, could be ballots, getting them out to the sites. If somebody is intentionally, knowingly obstructing the distribution of that, there's a penalty in the bill. We're changing that to a Class A misdemeanor.
So, Representative Boosie, are we criminalizing everything people do?
Well, all my amendment does is set it, instead of a state jail felony, Class A misdemeanor.
And this is acceptable by the author?
Yes.
Okay. My next question is to the bill author.
Thank you.
Mr. Busey sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? There is objection. The vote aye, vote no on the adoption of the amendment. Division vote.
Adopting the amendment.
A record vote has been requested. All those in favor of the amendment vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 85 ayes and 49 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to close on the bill. Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yields.
Gentleman yields.
So, Mr. Fazoo, Representative Fazoo, when we talk about what your bill is attempting to do, could you give us a little bit more clarity on what you're trying to do here?
The purpose of the bill is to address the situation where election officials are intentionally, that's the mens rea, only intentionally failing to provide election supplies or obstructing the delivery of election supplies. So under current law, you have a intentional failure to distribute enough election supplies is currently a Class C. This makes it a Class A. Under current law, the penalty for obstructing the distribution of election supplies is a Class C. This makes it a Class A. Under current law, there is no crime set out for intentionally failing to provide enough election supplies. This creates a crime for that and makes it a Class A. So we have common Class A meaningful penalties in law, misdemeanors with jail time, whereas right now they were just fine only. But there already is a penalty for releasing election results before the polls close on Election Day. We wanted to enhance that as well, but that's already a Class A, so we made just that a state jail felony. So the whole bill is about increasing penalties to address a situation where people are intentionally failing to deliver supplies and then making sure, polls are trying to stay open because they don't have enough supplies and they're getting new ones and they're releasing the results early to influence the election. It's a very narrow but egregious violation of election law, and that's all it's doing. We're not trying to criminalize all conduct, just that narrow one.
And who determines intentional so that who determines that? Who determines the intentional act?
Intentionality is a mens rea under criminal law, and just like in any other case, it can be established by direct or circumstantial evidence. If anyone is, let's just say, dumb enough to put in a text message, I intentionally failed to deliver election supplies, that's direct evidence. But based off of the fact that maybe they told somebody else, oh, I don't like that precinct, and they intentionally, they didn't deliver the supplies, circumstantial evidence could exist that they intentionally did it, and it would be up to a jury of the peers beyond a reasonable doubt to find that they intentionally failed to deliver the supplies.
So there needs to be hard evidence of the intentionality.
There needs to be hard evidence and intentionality, and if there is that hard evidence, we want to make sure that we have meaningful penalties in the law. Right now, it's just Class C. We're making all of those Class Cs in common Class A's so that they have jail time attached to them. And the one provision of the bill that was a Class A, we wanted to enhance that. We made it a state jail felony.
Are you aware of any of those incidents that happened here in Texas?
Well, in Harris County, I'm aware that they had issues where there were ballots that failed to be delivered. There was no crime on the books for that, right? The intentional failure to deliver election supplies wasn't a crime. And so this bill is meant to prevent that from occurring again in the future.
And my final question, because I want to be clear on the release early. I like the release early numbers. And you're saying that the numbers can't be released until after the poll closes or after all ballots have been counted?
It's after the polls close on Election Day. It's releasing election results before polls close on Election night. That's currently a Class A misdemeanor. We wanted to enhance it, so we made it a state jail felony. And that's to ensure that people are obeying the law and not trying to influence our elections improperly.
Thank you for answering my question, Representative.
Thank you, Ms. Gervin-Hawkins.
Appreciate it.
Members, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1661. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 98 ayes and 42 nays, HB 1661 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 2460. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 888. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 888 by Cole Course relates to the Attorney General's defense of a district or county attorney against certain lawsuits in a federal court.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is not a non-substantive bill. This is actually extremely substantive and important. Right now, under current law, the Attorney General does not have the express authority to defend a district attorney or a county attorney in federal court. This bill fixes that. Specifically, it gives the Attorney General the authority to defend a district or county attorney in federal court if the cause of action relates to the enforcement of a state statute and that district or county attorney requests assistance. And with that, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 888. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bill. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Guetta voting aye. Show Ms. Kerwin voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. There being 134 ayes and 7 nays, SB 888 is passed to third reading. Mr. Leach moves to lay House Bill 2460 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 200. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 200 by Buckley relating to jury instructions regarding parole eligibility and the release on parole of certain inmates convicted of an offense committed when younger than 18 years of age, changing parole eligibility.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd ask for your indulgence for a minute as I explain House Bill 200. It's often misunderstood, and I want you to understand what this bill does. House Bill 200 is known as the Second Look Bill. It recognizes what the United States Supreme Court has affirmed. Young people are less culpable than adults due to their age, and they have a greater capacity for change. But let's be clear, as many of us in this room are parents, and we all know that very, very well. Currently in Texas, teens as young as 14 can be sentenced to 40 years in prison without a chance for parole review, regardless of their growth or any changes they might have made. Many of these harsh sentences were handed down during the 1990s before the revelations of adolescent brain science and its impact on youth sentencing made it into the sphere of public policy. Today, many of those individuals are in their 40s, having spent their entire adult lives behind bars. Right now, once a youth is placed in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, they're treated like an adult for parole purposes, with few exceptions. The process largely ignores the developmental differences between youth and adults, such as the fact that the areas of the brain that allow us to reason and to think through consequences are not fully developed until our mid-20s. This bill changes that. It allows people who were convicted of serious crimes before the age of 18 to be considered for parole after serving 20 actual years. That time would not count good time credits. It requires the parole board to consider age as a mitigating factor, accept expert mental health evaluations, and hear from those who know the inmate's growth and maturity. Members, importantly, this does not guarantee release. It simply provides a chance for review. House Bill 200 contains exclusions for offenders convicted under specific subsections of capital murder. And members, this bill does not provide, does not guarantee their release. It provides a review, a second look. And with that, I move passage.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for
Mr.
questions?
Canales, for what purpose?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Gentleman yield for questions. Gentleman yields.
You mentioned capital murder, so somebody who's young and killed a cop, we're going to give them a second chance into this?
No, sir.
Okay.
They are excluded from that if they murder a police officer or a fireman or anyone involved in mass murder is excluded.
Somebody who kills your mom, though, would have a second chance then?
They would have a second look at parole.
Yeah, no thanks, bud.
Yeah. Yeah. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 200. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Mr. Moody voting aye. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Ms. Jones voting aye. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 110 ayes and 31 nays, HB 200 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 541. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 541 by Shaheen relating to the provision of direct patient care by physicians and healthcare practitioners.
Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Shaheen's very concerned about having the votes on this bill. You'll probably see him working the floor. So he asked me to postpone further consideration of House Bill 541 until 4 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1803. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1803 by Harless relating to dentists and dental hygienists compact authorizing fees.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
I apologize about my voice. House Bill 1803 would allow Texas to join in the Interstate Dentist and Dental Hygienist Compact, and I move passage. I'm sorry.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1803. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harless voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 110 ayes and 28 nays, HB 1803 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 30. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 30 by Troxclair relating to the repeal of provisions authorizing certain taxing units in the following year, the year in which a disaster occurs, to adopt an ad valorem tax rate that exceeds the voter approval rate without holding an election to approve the adopted tax rate, making conforming changes.
Chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair for a motion.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for what purpose?
I'd rise to raise a point of order under Rule 4, Section 40.
I'm sorry, Mr. Martinez-Fisher, Ms. Troxclair has been recognized for a motion.
For a motion, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
What is the motion?
Well, we'll have to let the movement make the motion, Mr. Martinez-Fisher.
Okay. Well, Mr. Speaker, I will object on that motion until I know what it is.
Okay. Chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 30 until 3:30 today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading HB 175. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 175 by Gonzales of El Paso relating to establishing optional certifications for child care providers participating in the Texas Rising Star program and reimbursement rates for those providers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 175 until 4:30 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 249. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 249 by Bernal relating to installment payments for ad valorem taxes imposed on resident homesteads in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bernal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we've had a lot of conversation here about keeping people in their homes, and this bill is designed to do just that. It's a local bill, but it would allow taxpayers in Bexar County to pay their property taxes in 4 installments. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage through engrossment of House Bill 249. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bernal voting aye. Show Mr. Guetta voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show Mr. Schofield voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 119 ayes and 24 nays, HB 249 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 721. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 721 by Leo Wilson relating the applicability of certain laws requiring healthcare cost disclosures by health benefit plan issuers and administrators.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain the bill.
Members, House Bill 721 is very targeted to just Galveston Island. It's a legislative fix in code that will allow UTMB to continue doing a multi-share program for people who otherwise would be seen in an emergency room without insurance. UTMB has been very generous. 1/3 of the program is paid by UTMB, 1/3 is paid by the employer, and 1/3 is paid by the employee. It is a health benefits plan with a set number of doctor visits. It's for waiters, port workers, people in the restaurant industry and tourism industry. And I move passage so that this wonderful program can continue. It is no cost to taxpayers.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 721. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show Mr. Curry voting aye. There being 122 ayes and 16 nays, HB 721 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 851. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 851 by Schofield relating to determination and reporting of the number of resident homesteads on certain property owners for which the owner is receiving certain ad valorem tax benefits.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schofield.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bill for you and also for your seniors and disabled Texans. When you're making tax policy and you're trying to determine how many seniors we have who get the homestead, the school tax freeze, and how many disabled Texans also get it, or how many are abating their taxes under the program that we provide for them, it's next to impossible to get all that data because it's housed in 254 different appraisal districts. This bill would require them to report it to the comptroller and the comptroller to report it to us. So if you're going to do a tax break for seniors, you know how many people would benefit from it and how much it would cost, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 851. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schofield voting aye. Show Mr. Meyer voting aye. Show Mr. Guetta voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 0 nays, HB 851 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Curry for a memorial recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with a heavy heart that I tell you that the mother of Andrew Holcomb, our bill clerk, passed away suddenly last night. He has left town as a result. We have confirmed her name is Gertrude. She lived in Ottawa, Canada. And I will tell you, the whole family should be in our thoughts and prayers. And we all love Andrew, and we certainly would have loved his mother. So please join me. And Mr. Speaker, I'd request a moment of silence, please.
Members, please join Mr. Curry in a moment of silence. Thank you, members.
Thank you.
The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 897. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 897 by Howard relating to authorizing the sale by the state of Texas of certain real property located in Austin, Texas.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 897 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 12th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1128. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1128 by Isaac relating the applicability of election judges of a prohibition on carrying a concealed handgun at a polling place.
The chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will codify an opinion from our AG that election judges have the authority to carry in polling places. I move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
will the gentle lady yield for some questions?
Does
Yes.
the gentle lady yields
yield.
for questions?
Representative Isaac, why do you want to put guns in Texas polling places?
So on March 6th, in testimony before the Election Committee this session, the elections director of the Texas Secretary of State reported that in 2024, election workers endured bomb threats and physical attacks, including having water bottles thrown at them. Some workers even quit mid-election out of fear for their safety. The Texas Association of Election Administrators legislative director testified that election workers have been threatened at polling places and even visited at their homes by imposters. She warned that it's becoming harder to recruit and retain workers because of rising threats. These are not isolated incidences. They're happening across Texas. Election workers and are mostly volunteering. These workers are mostly volunteers giving their time to serve their communities. If we expect them to uphold the integrity of our elections, we must do our part to ensure polling places are safe and secure for everyone involved. I can keep going on and give you examples of why.
How many shootings at Texas polling places involved a defensive use of a firearm by a poll worker?
I'm not advised.
0. Do you know how many mass shootings there were in Texas just in 2024?
I'm not advised.
31 mass shootings in Texas.
Are we talking about this bill, though? I mean, we're talking about polling locations.
Why are we now actively expanding access in one of our most sacred parts of our democracy?
A 2022 report by the U.S. House of Committee on Oversight and Reform highlighted the increased intimidation of election workers in Texas and other states. For instance, Hyder Garcia, an election administrator in Tarrant County, received death threats, including calls to hang him when convicted for fraud. His home address was leaked, and the threats extended to his children with messages stating, "I think we should end your bloodline." This climate of fear has tangible consequences. A March 2022 survey by the Brennan Center for Justice revealed that 1 in 5 election officials are likely to leave their positions before the 2024 election, citing concerns over safety and political interference. The same survey found that 77% of officials feel these threats have increased in the recent years. I can go on and on.
So that voter intimidation that you're talking about, that poll worker intimidation, that is illegal, correct?
It is. And we're talking about concealed firearms. I bet you would probably be surprised at how many people are on this floor right now with concealed handguns. Are you intimidated? You don't even know they're here.
Do you think that it's possible that voters will be more intimidated by gun-toting poll workers than by poll workers
I just
without
answered that
guns?
question. They won't even know that they exist.
Are you aware that in New York State Rifle and Pistol Association v. Bruin, Justice Thomas, one of the most pro-gun justices on the court, affirmed that states can restrict guns in polling places? Why would one of the most gun-friendly Supreme Court justices specifically say that states can keep guns out of polling places?
Evidently, he does not realize that we are more safe when law-abiding citizens are carrying firearms.
Do you think that even Justice Thomas recognizes the need to keep polling places gun-free to avoid intimidation?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Do you think that even Justice Thomas recognizes the need to keep polling places gun-free to avoid intimidation?
No, I do not. We're talking about election judges and people serving as an election judge only.
Justice Thomas was quoting Justice Scalia's opinion in D.C. v. Heller, which refused to overturn long-standing prohibitions or laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places like a polling place. Do you think that even Scalia understood the need to keep polling places gun-free to avoid intimidation?
Evidently not. This is about election judges only carrying, no one else, in a polling location, and they won't even know it's there.
I mean, you mentioned people not behaving well, threatening, et cetera. Is a gun going to solve that problem? Are we now expecting our poll workers to pull out their gun to get people at an election location to behave correctly?
In 2018, the Office of the Attorney General concluded that because presiding election judges have the same power of a district judge to enforce order and keep the peace, it is likely that Section 46.03 of the Penal Code does not apply to presiding election judges that are licensed to carry a handgun under Chapter 411 of the Government Code when they are performing their law enforcement duties under Section 32.075 of the Texas Election Code. This means that a presiding judge that possesses a handgun license is permitted to carry a handgun while serving as an election judge on Election Day in limited circumstances. This will make it clear that law-abiding citizens who are election judges, as well as early voting clerks or deputy clerks acting as election judges who want to carry to protect themselves while performing the duties, can do so legally without fear of prosecution.
What kind of training are they getting before they're able to carry the gun into the polling location?
The same training that everyone does when you have a license to carry.
So they have to have a license to carry in order to bring their gun in?
They do. And this is only, well, no, this is early voting. Yeah, they have to have a license to carry under this bill.
Do those who carry a gun into a polling location have to have any de-escalation training?
This is for election judges and people performing the duty as an election judge only.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady answer questions?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Gentlelady yields for questions.
Thank you. Representative, I think all of us want to make sure that our elections are fair, free, and we reduce intimidation.
Yes,
I think
ma'am.
all of us want the same thing.
Yes.
So my questions will focus around those areas of concern that if an incident occurs and a weapon is fired, what happens at that point? Would that poll be shut down? Would that office be shut down? We pause the election. I'm looking at what occurs if an incident happens.
I would imagine it would bring everything to a halt, likely so, yes.
And
But this, okay, go ahead.
And so if it brings everything to a halt, now we've interfered with the process, okay? Would you agree a more plausible solution is to have law enforcement officers potentially on site so they can handle it and kind of get rid of the problem and that the election could continue on?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your question. Will you repeat your question, please?
Mr. Speaker, can we get a little...
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
This is such a critical issue, members, that we really need to see how we work together to get to the goal that we all want, and that's fair, free elections and elections that are productive, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So the concern about having an incident that occurs, having law enforcement on site and around, wouldn't that be a better remedy than having an incident that then disrupts that whole election cycle?
Well, the reality is we don't have enough law enforcement to have them at every polling location. And the reality is when things go wrong and someone does come in and try to harm someone, we have someone there already. We don't have to call 911 and wait on a police officer to show up. We have someone there that can protect us. And that is the goal of this legislation, is to protect everyone.
And so again, I want to be clear, when an incident, if an incident occurs, that polling station is shut down. People cannot come to that polling station to vote. Wouldn't you agree that that now impedes on our election process?
I would hope that it would have protected everyone in there. If something were to happen, that everyone was protected and the bad actor was the person that maybe was stopped from doing what they may have wanted to do. So your concern is that we're going to stop the election. My concern is that some innocent person is going to get hurt.
I think we're both concerned about that. We don't want anyone to get hurt, yeah.
I don't want anyone to get hurt, and I don't want the election to stop.
And so if we tried to come up with a remedy to prevent both of those, like I said, I believe our goals are the same. No doubt the methodology to get there may be different of how we view. And I'm wondering, is a weapon the only option to be able to resolve such an issue?
Yes, sometimes it is. Unfortunately, a weapon is the only way to protect ourselves.
And so if there was an incident and that occurred and a weapon was fired and/or an incident occurred, would that election judge have the credentials and the know-how to de-escalate, mitigate that situation, and we can continue on our election process?
Yes, they are trained to de-escalate, and they also, I went through training to be able to carry a firearm in the first place. So, and they are there to keep order. That is their goal, and their purpose there is to keep order.
So would they have a backup team or intervention team so that indeed they can not just stop everything, scare the hell out of everybody, and shut things down? Are you open for some options to be able to meet your goal, protection of everyone, but also do it in a way that it does not impede the process, the election process?
When you say backup team, you mean someone that will continue with the election process while, is that, I guess I don't understand. You mean a backup team with firearms? Because we can amend it to do that.
No, I'm not talking about everybody. This ain't the Wild Wild West.
Oh, okay.
I'm not talking about that.
I don't know what you mean by backup team.
This is such a serious issue.
I don't know what you mean by backup team. I'm sorry. Backup team to what? I'm sorry.
To help that election judge deal with that horrific incident so that the people who are in line to vote and/or the employees that are there are not traumatized?
Well, I would imagine law enforcement by that time would have been called.
So you do believe that is a partial of the remedy, is the calling of law enforcement?
Yes, but unfortunately, it takes time for law enforcement to arrive, and that's why I believe we need someone there all the time with protection.
Thank you, Representative, for answering my questions.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Mr. Speaker, does the gentlewoman yield
Ms.
for
Flores,
question?
for what purpose?
Does she yield for a question?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Gentlelady
Thank
yields.
you. Well, do you really think that arming somebody with a firearm to, maybe combat somebody with a water bottle is not escalating the situation? And wouldn't it, I thought I heard you say, well, I'll let you answer that question.
So I don't believe we should wait until someone is shot at a polling location to put someone in there and to be able to protect us. So it seems like these threats are escalating and it's getting worse. So this is a deterrent too. If a bad actor knows that someone there at that location is carrying a firearm, that is a deterrent as well.
And did I hear you say that, because I heard you say two things when Representative Goodwin asked whether or not they had de-escalation training. I believe you said they did not, but then when Representative Hawkins asked, you said they were trained in de-escalation, so which is it?
Well, the judges they are there to enforce order and keep peace. That is their goal. That's why they're there at the polling location. And I believe that person should have a firearm to protect everyone there, everyone, voting, workers, everyone. And that is their primary goal.
But you don't believe that they should have de-escalation? Even police officers who are trained to carry weapons and respond to situations are required to have de-escalation training. So would they have to take some de-escalation? Would you be amenable to those folks being trained in de-escalation so that it wouldn't get to the point where they have to pull a gun on somebody, or to brandish a firearm in a crowded place?
So when you take a course to carry a firearm, that is part of your training.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Verdell, for what purpose?
Will the member yield for questions?
I guess so.
All right.
Gentlelady yields for questions.
All right. Ms. Isaac, did you know that between 2014 and 2024, armed civilians stopped at least 157 active shooters, and in nearly 35% of those cases, an armed civilian stopped a mass shooter before police intervened?
I'm not aware of those numbers, but I do know it happens, and that's why I filed this bill.
That is a FBI statistic. Did you know that there are members in the House that often vote against Pro-2A legislation, but they still carry a firearm for their own protection?
I would imagine that's so, just like
And
fences.
Three questions left, very simple. Do you believe that a woman has the right to self-defense?
I do, and this is the greatest equalizer.
And do you believe that a man also has that same right to self-defense?
I do.
So is it safe to say that an election judge should have that same right as any other man or woman to carry a firearm in the act of self-defense for themselves?
I do.
Thank you for your answers. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
The gentlelady yield for
Does the
questions?
gentlelady yield for questions?
I do.
Gentlelady yields.
Thank you, Representative Isaac. You said something in your layout or in response to another question a few minutes ago about Hyder Garcia receiving threats. Can you go back over that?
Someone should. I can't do that. Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was.
You said something about Hyder Garcia receiving threats. I just wanted to make sure I understood that part of your statement.
Yes, a 2022 report by the U.S. House Committee on Oversight and Reform highlighted the increased intimidation of election workers in Texas and other states. For instance, Hyder Garcia, an election administrator in Tarrant County, received death threats, including calls to to hang him when convicted for fraud. His home address was leaked and threats extended to his children with messages stating, "I think we should end your bloodline."
And that's my recollection of what happened as well. Do you know why he received those threats?
I don't know. I just know he was an election worker.
Yeah, well, he was the election
Administrator.
he was elected
Sorry,
administrator for all
administrator.
of Tarrant County.
Yep.
And he received those threats from people who believed that the 2020 election was stolen and that President Biden didn't actually win Tarrant County. Were you aware of that?
Of why he was threatened? No, I was not aware.
Okay, that's why he was threatened. Those
Okay.
were the threats.
I don't understand your point here. What's your point?
Well, so my question is, have you spoken with Mr. Garcia about your bill? Since you brought up his name as a reason that we should pass the bill, have you spoken with him about your bill?
No, but evidently I would think that he would want protection. I haven't spoken with him, but I'm happy to speak with him and ask him if he thinks that he should be protected at a polling location. And the people that work with him, if they should be protected. I imagine he would agree.
Well, I haven't spoken with him about your bill either. I would hazard a guess that he would not support this bill because I don't think because he's a professional election administrator, and I don't think he would think that handguns in polling places are a good idea when you're trying to maximize voter participation. But since you'd brought him up, I just want to know if you'd spoken with him and if you knew the background about why he had been threatened. And so now you know the background. It was the kind of Stop the Steal crowd in 2020 that wrongly believed that the election had been stolen from President Trump, that he had in fact lost. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I got a
Ms.
final
Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Would a gentle lady answer a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Gentlelady yields for a question.
Were you aware that election judges can carry guns right now? If
Yes, ma'am.
authorized by the
On
county?
election day.
On election day?
Yes, ma'am.
The other question that I have is, would they be the only limited individuals that could carry a gun in the election poll?
So it's individuals that perform their duty during early voting.
So only staff that could perform their duty, so the
Yes.
average voter cannot carry a gun in the election poll?
Correct. That's correct. Only when they're performing that duty.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The question occurs on.
Move passage.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on, for, or against House Bill 1128? The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to speak for HB 1128.
You know, in recent years, election judges across the state have reported feeling vulnerable, especially in rural or understaffed locations where law enforcement presence may be minimal or delayed. Those individuals are tasked with upholding the integrity of our democratic process, often working long hours under intense scrutiny. Under current law, all firearms, not just handguns, are prohibited at polling places, even for license holders, with limited exceptions. Our election officials are left vulnerable, unable to protect themselves in situations where threats may arise. This bill doesn't open the door to general firearm presence in the polls. Rather, it provides a narrow, common-sense exemption. Look, we trust these individuals to run our elections, and we should trust them to protect the voters as well. It's an indisputable fact, guys, that gun-free zones protect criminals, not law-abiding citizens. So let's make sure that our elections are free, fair, and safe. Let's pass this bill.
Chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Back up, members. Chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to speak in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just want to bring up one more thing that I was made aware of. In Beaumont in 2022, a federal judge issued an emergency order against a white poll worker who repeatedly and aggressively asked only black voters to recite their addresses out loud, even when the voter was already checked in by a poll worker. White poll workers and white poll watchers also followed black voters, and in some cases, their black voter assistants around the polling place, sometimes even standing 2 feet behind a black voter, and the assistant while the voter was at the machine casting a ballot. I think that this type of conduct, if combined with a gun, is detrimental. I hope that you will vote against this bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentlelady yields.
Does this bill only allow white election judges to carry a gun?
No, sir.
Does this bill only allow black election judges to carry a gun?
No,
Are election judges already allowed to carry a gun on election day?
yes, this expands it to other days.
To early voting, to make it the same across the board, whether it's election day or early voting, is that correct?
And I believe there's a difference between who is a judge on election day and who is a judge on during early voting.
That is exactly correct. And so that's why the language of the bill was changed to make sure it's performing the duties of an election judge. Because are you aware that an election judge is only an election judge on election day?
Yes.
And then there is a person performing the duties of an election judge during early voting, is that correct?
Yes.
And only that person, not all poll workers, not anyone showing up to vote, but only that person would be able to carry a gun just like the election judge does on election day, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that this body, this legislative body, the Texas House, has passed this exact same bill the last 2 sessions?
And I've probably argued against it in
You
the
may
last
have.
2 sessions
Yes,
as
ma'am.
well.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
does the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
Gentlelady yields for questions.
So, just about the previous point, if it's somebody who's substituting for an election judge, and it could be a clerk that they just asked to fill in that day for early voting, would that person have the same de-escalate training that the election judge would have had? Do you think that perhaps anybody who's going to serve in that capacity should have this de-escalation training at the very least?
Absolutely. I don't think that currently that would necessarily be the case, but certainly they should have all the training that an election judge has.
Thank you.
Mr. Burdell, for what purpose?
Will the member yield for questions? Just
Will
one
the gentlelady
question.
yield for question?
Yes.
Have you heard of
Gentlelady
any
yields.
law enforcement opposing this bill?
I am not aware.
All right, thank you. No more questions.
The chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1128. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Show Mr. Little voting aye. Show Mr. Hood voting aye. Show Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 89 ayes and 53 nays, HB 1128 is passed to engrossment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
please admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 912, Moody, sponsor Blanco, relating to the compensation of a distributed renewable generation owner in certain areas outside of ERCOT. HB 2525, Darby, sponsor Paxton, relating to the exemption from ad valorem taxations of certain property owned by a charitable organization that is engaged in providing housing and related facilities and services to persons who are at least 62 years of age. SB 250, Flores.
Thank you, messenger.
Come back anytime. Come back anytime.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 1904. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1904 by Canales relating to the release of a balloon and associated littering, creating a criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, member, this is our aeronautical litter bill and booth passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Money, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Canales and Speaker. So right now, I'm trying to figure out what the need for this bill is. What is it that you're trying to accomplish?
So currently people release sometimes 10, 20, 30, 100 Mylar balloons. Those balloons end up on ranches. Those cows eat them and die. They end up in the ocean. But for the most part, this is a rural Texas bill to make sure that we're not killing livestock with Mylar balloons, and that's a big deal.
Okay, is your bill limited to Mylar balloons?
It's all balloons that fly, that use helium or fly away. It's the same as if they grabbed a piece of litter and threw it in your yard. Just because you released it doesn't mean it doesn't fall somewhere.
Right. So if I took a deflated balloon and threw it on the ground,
That's littering.
That's litter.
Same.
Why do we need this bill?
I just explained it to you. I can explain it, but I can't help you understand it.
I understand. I'm saying, you're saying it's currently not litter to throw it into the air?
It's currently not considered litter to release balloons.
And who do you think releases most balloons? What age person do you think is doing most of the balloon releasing?
I've visited lots of parties, and so it just depends on who the idiot is.
Yeah. Most of the time, wouldn't you say that idiot is probably 4, 5, 6 years old?
Could be a representative asking questions. Who knows?
I understand. I don't think I've released a balloon in the atmosphere since I was 4, 5, or 6 years old.
Good for you. Then you wouldn't have to worry about this bill.
No, but I'm a little worried about children that release balloons intentionally, unintentionally, do it for fun, or just because they don't understand.
Have you read the bill?
No, I've read the bill.
Can you tell me how many balloons it would take to actually be punished?
Any amount of balloons is a Class C misdemeanor.
So we're not out there prosecuting children, and that's not what this bill's about. This is about people releasing large quantities of Mylar and other balloons and killing livestock on ranches throughout Texas, and it landing up in ossuaries, it landing up in bays, killing. We just had a bill a few minutes ago or a little earlier about saving birds. These Mylar balloons and these and other balloons, they're toxic, they're non-biodegradable, they're harmful to, like I said, livestock. It could be ocean life. The reality is it's litter, and so currently the litter statute does not cover balloons or anything that's released into the atmosphere. So that's what this bill is. I don't know how else to explain it.
No, I just wanted to ask a few questions. Thank you
I
very much.
appreciate your questions. Thank you. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1904. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 97 ayes and 40 nays, HB 1904 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 5 p.m. in room 3W9 to consider a calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
I move to reduce to writing the debate on House Bill 1128 and place it in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Higher Education to meet while the House is in session today at 6 p.m. in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Higher Education will meet today at 6 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agriculture Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair lays out HB 30 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 30 by Troxclair relating to the repeal of provisions authorizing certain taxing units in the year following the year in which a disaster occurs to adopt an ad valorem tax rate that exceeds the voter approval rate without holding an election to approve the adopted tax rate, making conforming changes.
Chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair to lay out the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for what purpose?
Raise a point of order pursuant to Rule 4, Section 40, Rule 11, Sections 2 and 3.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher, please bring your point of order down front. Members, the point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair to lay out the bill.
This is a great tax bill. I move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Troxclair.
Chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair to explain the amendment.
This is a great amendment that includes additional expenses related to disasters. Move adoption?
Ms. Troxclair sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 30 as amended. Members, this is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Meyer voting aye. Show Ms. Troxclair voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Bowers voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 83 ayes and 55 nays, HB 30 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1916. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1916 by Cook relating to the jurisdiction of a court in a suit to divide certain property not divided or awarded on the dissolution of a marriage.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1916 simply retains exclusive jurisdiction in the divorce court to later divide any undivided community property that wasn't addressed at the time the decree was signed. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1916. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cook voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 120 ayes and 1 nay, HB 1916 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays, as a matter of postponed business, members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 2613. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1119. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1119 by Hughes relating to the liability of a water park entity for injuries arising from certain activities.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, for the opportunity to present SB 119 before you today. SB 119 protects water parks from frivolous lawsuits. It's similar legislation we passed for RV parks last session, and HB 1130 that we passed this session for caverns has been agreed on by TLR, TTLA, and I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1119. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Harris Davila voting aye. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Ms. Swanson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 124 ayes and 7 nays, SB 1119 is passed to third reading. Ms. Harris Davila moves to lay House Bill 2613 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out HB 541 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 541 by Shaheen relating to the provision of direct patient care by physicians and healthcare practitioners.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 541 increases access to medical care while reducing costs by expanding the number of health care providers who can bill their patients directly. In addition to physicians, our constituents can have a direct pay relationship with any licensed health care practitioner. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 541. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Schofield voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes and 3 nays, HB 541 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 5560. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5560 by Harris relating to penalties in certain suits involving a groundwater conservation district increasing a penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill helps encourage large-scale commercial water producers to follow the rules and keep them from intentionally overpumping their water wells. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 5560. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes and 5 nays, HB 5560 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3071. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3071 by Guerin relating to the cancellation of certain solid waste disposal permits issued by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill assures that a landfill that has not been operated in over 40 years will continue not to operate, and there is an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guerin.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment just makes sure that this is retroactive back to the 40 years, and I move passage.
Mr. Guerin sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted.
Thank you,
Chair
Mr.
recognizes Mr. Guerin to close on the bill as
Thank you,
amended.
Mr. Speaker and members, and this bill is bracketed just to the city of Fort Worth in one specific landfill. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3071 as amended. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes and 7 nays, HB 3071 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5627. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5627 by Capriglione relating to the creation of the Texas Commission on Public School Teacher Retirement Funding Transparency.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5627 establishes the Texas Commission on Public School Teacher Retirement Funding Transparency. That's a focused, time-limited commission that provides recommendations on how we can help fund our teacher retirement system in Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 5627. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 96 ayes and 46 nays, HB 5627 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 5435. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5435 by Bell of Kaufman related to required lease terms for public property leased to a non-governmental entity.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bella Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5435 refines the law passed last session to improve transparency in public-private partnerships. While the 90-day notice works in most cases, it has caused delays and higher ed costs for universities managing urgent short-term projects. This bill exempts institutions of higher education from that requirement, maintaining accountability while restoring flexibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 5435. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Show Mr. Harless voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 136 ayes and 4 nays, HB 5435 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3913. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3913 by Harless related to licensing and regulation of certain real estate professionals by the Texas Real Estate Commission.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3913 until 6 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2921. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2921 by Y. Davis of Dallas relating to the confidentiality of certain information collected by certain local governments and airport governing boards.
Chair recognizes Ms. Y. Davis of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill to protect your confidentiality when you go to the airports and swipe your credit cards. This is to prevent them from selling it, taking it from the lounges you swipe your card, from the parking lots, all the things that you use your credit card for. That information is captured. This is just to say that it cannot be given away through public information request. And I move adoption.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2921. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Y. Davis of Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes and 0 nays, HB 2921 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2695. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2695 by Unshia relating to the use of a social media platform and furtherance of an offense involving the delivery of a controlled substance, increasing criminal penalties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Anchia for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2695 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 12th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2688. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2688 by Harless relating to public retirement systems of certain municipalities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will support our Houston firefighters and help the city of Houston recruit and retain more firefighters. The Houston Fire Pension is the best funded pension in the state of Texas with over $1 billion. I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harless.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the amendment.
This is just a correcting amendment by the legislative Ledge Council. I move adoption.
Members, Mr. Harless sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2688 as amended. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harless voting aye. Show Mr. Gerdes voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes and 0 nays, HB 2688 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3045. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3045 by Gerdes relating to a franchise tax exemption for corporations operating a spaceport for certain national defense purposes.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 3045 seeks to provide franchise tax exemption for spaceports with DoD contracts. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3045. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Gerdes voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 76 ayes and 61 nays, HB 3045 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3483. The clerk will read the bell.
HB 3483 by Gomez relating to the authority of a special utility district to issue revenue bonds.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to begin by thanking the Committee on Natural Resources for helping me get this bill across the line. It came out unanimous because it is a good bill for the rural districts in the state of Texas. I want to make clear that the language in this bill is identical to the language that we already have in existence for 35 other special utility districts in the state. This bill is clearing up the patchwork that we've created for some utility districts versus others. According to Texas 2036, we estimate that a $153 billion investment would need to meet demand for water infrastructure projects. Currently, 104 special utility districts do not have this ability. Again, this bill does not create the ability for the SUDs to issue taxes, and it does not change that. This bill does not raise taxes. I want to give a special thanks to my joint author, Ms. Helen Kerwin, who would also like to explain, Mr. Speaker, if that's all right, why this helps her district.
Chair recognizes Ms. Kerwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will save ratepayers redundant engineering and administrative fees associated with the regulatory review process. These additional fees easily run from $25,000 to $50,000 per project. It's important to note eliminating these routine projects from the approval project would not remove TCEQ oversight or TCEQ plan submittals for major water and wastewater projects. This bill will also speed up a SUDS approval process and timelines for development coming into the district. Currently, the TCEQ language will make development and conducting business for the private sector more lucrative and assist the county and surrounding communities in landing new businesses wanting to locate to their area. I'm proud to joint author this bill and encourage you to support it. No.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gomez to close on the bill.
Thank you, Representative Kerwin. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3483. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Gomez voting aye. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Show Mr. Bell Kaufman voting aye. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 108 ayes and 30 nays, HB 3483 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3673. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1080. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1080 by West relating to the issuance of a provisional occupational license to certain applicants with criminal convictions.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1080 aims to improve employment outcome and reduce recidivism for formerly incarcerated individuals. Currently, the average wait time for these individuals to reach gainful employment is 4 to 5 months. HB 3673 Senate Bill 1080 would permit licensing authorities to issue a provisional license to an inmate who is a student or graduate from the Wyndham School District or higher education. 147 of 150 members in this House have signed on to this bill. I appreciate your support, and I do have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Cook.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This simply clarifies that the department may issue a license to an applicant while the inmate is still enrolled and is incarcerated. I move adoption.
Mr. Cook sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to close on the bill.
Thank you for your support. I close and move passage.
The question occurs on the passage to third reading of SB 1080. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cook voting aye. Show Ms. Morales-Shaw voting aye. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes and 0 nays, SB 1080 is passed to third reading. Mr. Cook moves to lay HB 3673 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Not so much. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4213. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4213 by Dutton relating to the accrual of interest on overdue child support.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, yes, this just changes the interest structure on unpaid child support to 3%. There is an amendment, so we don't have to do this all the time, that we're going to tie it to the CPI.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morgan.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morgan to explain the amendment.
Hi, thank you, members, Mr. Speaker. This amendment basically just ties this to the federal open market, it ties it to the Fed rate basically, so we don't have to change this. As interest rate goes up, this rate will go up. As they go down, this interest rate will go down as well. So it's a one-time fix for all. Thank you. And I believe the amendment is agreeable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Morgan sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to close on the bill as amended.
I move passage, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Canales, for what
Will
purpose?
the gentleman yield for a brief question?
Yes.
How does it work with the current support orders? I know this is moving forward.
It's a standard 6% on unpaid child support.
And so this is going to change. This is going to be standard 6% across the board, or it's going to fluctuate?
No, it's 3%. It goes down to 3%. But what Morgan just did is fix it so that we don't have to come back and do this every time. It will fluctuate depending on what the CPI is.
Okay, and so, and this affects existing orders how?
It
So,
affects
so
the
if I've got a
unpaid.
child support order that's today is 6%?
Yes.
Okay, and how it's going to affect that order, or is it orders moving forward?
Well, it's all on the unpaid child support moving forward. We don't make bills that are retroactive.
Well, we've done that before. That's what I'm asking. So it's
No, not since I've been here.
Well, I've seen it. So what I'm asking you is not a combative question. It's just say, how does it work with the existing orders? So existing orders that say it's going to be charged at 6% are going to be modified by this statute.
Existing orders stay at whatever they are.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
The question occurs on the passage to engrossment of HB 4213 as amended. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Show Mr. Dean voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Morales-Shaw voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 120 ayes and 20 nays, HB 4213 as amended is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4226. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4226 by Morales Shaw relating to an exemption from taxes imposed on the sale, use, or rental of a motor vehicle for a vehicle purchased, used, or rented by a nonprofit food bank.
Chair recognizes Ms. Morales Shaw to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Texas Food Bank bill. Food banks operate in all 254 counties in Texas, making homebound deliveries to veterans, seniors, and others, and for emergency disaster response. I want to thank my co-authors up here, and including Little too, who's not up here. For every dollar that your food bank, that you save your food banks, they provide 3 meals. This bill was voted unanimous out of Ways and Means, and I ask for your support today so we can deliver back to our local food banks. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4226. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Morales Shaw voting aye. Show Mr. Dean voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes and 5 nays, HB 4226 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 783. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 783 by Lalani relating to civil liability for online impersonation.
The chair recognizes Dr. Leilani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 783 would create a civil cause of action for person harmed by online impersonation. This bill is a refile that was passed in the House last session by 115 by 25. This bill defines online impersonation as a use of a person's name, image, signature, voice, or likeness through social media or other digital means without consent and with an intent to harm, defraud, intimidate, or threaten. Texans reported over 135,000 cases of online impersonation in 2024, which has resulted in about $900 million in losses, about 31% increase from last year. I move passage.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Little.
Chair recognizes Mr. Little on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a free speech amendment. We're modifying one phrase in the bill. If you'll take a look at page 2 of the bill, there's an exception for liability, civil liability for online impersonation, and we're going to be amending subsection B. It says right now a person is not liable for an online impersonation of which the sole purpose is satire or parody. I believe my amendment resolves a potential ambiguity or confusion in the application of that provision, and I'm going to substitute a purpose for the sole purpose. Move adoption.
Mr. Little sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Dr. Longley on the bill.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. So Mr. Dean voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 112 ayes and 28 nays. House Bill 783 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4373. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4373 by Dean relating to the authority of a special district to exercise certain powers and duties following municipal de-annexation of certain areas.
Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 4373 clarifies that when a special district is converted into a limited district through a strategic partnership agreement, it retains its power and duties both after annexation or disannexation. This ensures continued in essential services like parks, maintenance, and deed enforcement. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to Grossman. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 137 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 4373 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out House Bill 175 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 175 by Gonzalez of El Paso relating to establishing optional certifications for child care providers participating in the Texas Rising Star program and reimbursement rates for those providers.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we know that we have a child care shortage when it comes to our state. We also know that if you have a child who has a disability, it's even harder for you to get child care support. This bill has worked with the stakeholders to make sure we can advance opportunities for our families that have kids with special needs, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 92 ayes and 48 nays. House Bill 175 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4735. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4735 by Ashby relating to rural development funds and insurance tax credits for certain investments in those funds, authorizing fees.
Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill implements the Texas Rural Development Program within the Comptroller's Office in order to improve capital access to growth in rural small businesses. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Should Mr. Ashby voting aye? Have all members voted? Mr. Landgraf voting aye. 91 ayes and 51 nays. House Bill 4735 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5155. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 5155 by Rose relating to the continuation of a pilot program designed to improve the quality and accessibility of care for certain Medicaid recipients.
Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in 2024, the Maternal Mortality Review Committee reported and revealed a tragic reality. 7% of maternal deaths were attributed to substance abuse. This is not a new trend. In 2020, HHSC took steps to combat the crisis by securing over $3 million of federal funds to launch the Maternal Opioid Misuse, or MOM model. So MOM participants have better medication, treatment, and receive more consistent prenatal and postpartum care and deliver healthier babies. So HB 5155 extends the evidence-based program for 3 more years and allows HHSC to seek additional funding. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 140 ayes and 3 nays. House Bill 5155 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5057. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 5057 by Landgraf relating to exclusive contracts for municipal solid waste management services.
Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 5057 promotes transparency in municipal solid waste contracting, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 143 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 5057 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4984. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 929. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 929 by Johnson relating to deadlines and times of inception for mechanic and materialism linens.
Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 929 amends the Texas Property Code to clarify that if the deadline to provide notice from mechanic contractors or materials lien falls on a weekend or holiday, it is extended to the next business day. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 142 ayes and 0 nays. Senate Bill 929 is passed to third reading. Mr. Lujan moves to lay House Bill 4984 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4944. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4944 by Moody relating to the establishment of a grant program to provide financial assistance to counties for transportation assistance to indigent litigants.
Mr. Moody for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 4944 until today at 5:30 p.m. Thank you.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4813. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4813 by Oliverson relating to the scheduling of certain controlled substances in response to certain actions by the United States Food and Drug Administration with respect to those substances.
Chair has Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill essentially directs the DSHS Commissioner to prioritize the rescheduling of certain substances that the FDA is in the process of rescheduling so that our veterans can have access to them more quickly to treat PTSD. And I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 142 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 4813 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5339. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 5339 by Wilson relating to advancing research for agricultural sustainability and pesticide harm reduction in institutions of higher education.
Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 5339 establishes a grant program to support innovative research into regenerative agriculture at our institutions of higher education. I have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wilson.
Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment makes sure that the program is open to all of our universities and brings the requirements of the grant in line with researching the full scope of regenerative agriculture. I'd like to thank the Texas Farm Bureau for working with me on this amendment. Move adoption.
Mr. Wilson sends up amendments acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Wilson on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? 129 ayes and 12 nays. House Bill 5339 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5196. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 5196 by Capriglione relating to telework for state employees.
Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5196 provides a practical, structured solution for our state agencies to offer telework arrangements with clear expectations. This bill prevents agencies from offering broad, sweeping work-from-home policies for entire departments or even entire agencies. The bill requires state agencies to develop those policies and procedures and post those policies on their website. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. So Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? 132 ayes and 11 nays. House Bill 5196 passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5033. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 5033 by Bell of Kaufman relating to elimination of motor vehicle emissions inspections and maintenance program.
Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5033 prepares Texas to regain control over statewide emissions policies if federal mandates no longer apply at any point in the future. Only 17 counties still face federal mandatory annual inspections, while 237 do not, creating a disparity for vehicle owners across Texas. Should federal mandates be rolled back or repealed, HB 5033 aims to eliminate the inconsistency and restore balance by giving Texas the flexibility to discontinue, revise, or replace its vehicle emissions inspection and maintenance program, ensures that emissions policies reflect the needs of all Texans equally, objectively, and on our terms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Bell voting aye. Have all members voted? 107 ayes and 31 nays. House Bill 5033 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4853. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4853 by Perez of Harris relating to skimmers on electronic terminals, authorizing a civil penalty creating criminal offense.
Ms. Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 4853 until 10 a.m. Friday, May 9th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3486. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3486 by Hunter relating to a reduction in the amount of sales and use tax collections that the owners of restaurants that purchase Texas farm-raised oysters are required to remit to the Comptroller of Public Accounts.
Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this provides only the tax rebate with the comptroller through mariculture oysters. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? 126 ayes and 14 nays. House Bill 3486 passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4211. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4211 by Noble relating to certain residential property interests controlled by certain entities.
Ms. Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is a result of a proposed development in my district. This isn't your typical subdivision or a planned community. It's an innovative in design, creative in structure, and completely outside of what we've ever anticipated in our Texas laws. In this, I know, but I need to explain a little bit. Okay, in this development, for a significant investment, at least $80,000, a person might qualify to become an investor and therefore might be allowed to have access to purchase or to build their home. Is it a timeshare? Is it a co-op, a MUD, a PID, an HOA? The answer is it's kind of a combination of all of those, but technically none of them. And what is not clear is whether those investors actually own the land or just have access to build their home on it. And that's the problem. Because when it comes to a person's home in Texas, ownership means something. House Bill 4211 creates a new chapter in our property code, Chapter 223, titled Business Entity Owned Residential Arrangements. I have several key points in this bill, but it's really important that we understand that this is protecting Texas property rights, and I do have a clarifying amendment.
The following amendment. Clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment by Noble.
Ms. Noble on the amendment.
This amendment grants judicial discretion to restrain bad actors from continuing to engage in unlawful behavior. Move adoption.
Ms. Noble sends up an amendment. It's accepted with the author. Is there objection? Chair has none. The amendment is adopted. Ms. Noble on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4211. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. So Mr. Leach voting aye. So Ms. Simmons voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 108 ayes and 34 nays. House Bill 4211 is passed to engrossment. Mr. Bernal, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
How would we ensure that the amendments being offered show up on our screens before they are gavelled through?
Mr. Bernal, they are supposed to be showing up on your screen. If an amendment has been called up and somebody alerts me that there has not been an amendment on the screen, I will pause until it does. I do not have the amendments in front of me to know whether or not they're showing up or not, so somebody has to alert me.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
I don't think that it is an issue per computer. I think there's a natural delay that happens every time. Question mark at the end of that.
I will keep that in mind and try to give a little more time for the computer screens to catch up with the delivery of the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 74. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 74 by Morales of Maverick relating to the creation of the Puerto Verde Port Authority District, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes, granting a limited power of eminent domain.
Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a partisan bill that has the potential to transform the South Central Texas region. I'd like to thank Senator Ted Cruz, who worked tirelessly at the federal level to be able to obtain this presidential permit in record time. HB 74 would establish the Puerto Verde Port Authority located in Eagle Pass, Maverick County, and I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morales of Maverick.
Mr. Morales.
The amendment is just a perfecting amendment that addresses the initial directives. It's acceptable to the author. Move adoption. Move adoption. Want to make sure that you all have the amendment.
Mr. Morales sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Morales on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 74. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Manuel voting aye. Have all members voted? 139 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 74 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4670. Clerk read the bill.
HB 4670 by manual relating to dispute resolution for and enforcement actions against certain long-term care facilities.
Mr. Manuel for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 4670 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 12th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4730. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4730 by whole relating to the voluntary relinquishment of parental rights, adoptions, and regulations of child placing agencies.
Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill provides rights for birth parents and adoptive parents, making sure there's transparency in adoption, and I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by whole.
Chair has Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this adds HHSC to work with DFPS on making the form and putting it on their website. Move adoption.
Ms. Hall sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment adopted. Ms. Hall on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 136 ayes and 2 nays. House Bill 4730 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4743. Clerk read the bill.
HB 4743 by Bonin relating to the issuance of a single license for a hospital and a mobile stroke unit of the hospital.
Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are many counties in our state that lack a hospital that can provide stroke treatment. This legislation would allow the Texas Department of State Health Services to license accredited mobile stroke units. This could provide emergent, life-saving treatment to people in underserved areas. I move adoption.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 141 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 4743 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4603. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4603 by Morgan relating to the eligibility for mediation of certain out-of-network health benefit claims.
Mr. Curry for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 4603 until 8 a.m. Thursday, May 8th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4463. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4463 by Van Dever relating to authorized activities of a brewer's or non-residence brewer's license holder.
Mr. Van Dever.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill modernizes Texas alcohol regulations by clearly allowing holders of brewers or non-resident brewers license to enter into contracts. It allows two brewing entities to share facilities legally and efficiently, provided both have proper federal filings and meet TABC bonding requirements. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 141 ayes and 2 nays. House Bill 4463 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3892. Clerk read the bill.
HB 3892 by Bella Montgomery relating to county regulations of subdivision setbacks.
Mr. Montgomery for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3892 until 2 p.m. Thursday, May the 8th.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. I'm sorry. All those in favor of the motion? Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4139. Clerk read the bill.
HB 4139 by Zwiener relating to the use of videography in relation to certain court proceedings.
Ms. Zwiener.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 4139. During the initial days of the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of our courts closed physically and started using videography. We have some rules around that from the Supreme Court, but we have had some instances where judges have live streamed without proper notice to parties and have live streamed parts of proceedings that should not be live streamed, such as voir dire, when we have people who are doing jury duty being asked to answer personal questions about themselves, and situations where we have victims of abuse and sexual violence. So this bill makes sure that we have some reasonable rules around that.
Mr. Johnson, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I do yield.
She yields.
And Representative Zwiener, I think my phrase when we heard this in committee was, this is why we can't have nice things, because this was a judge who surreptitiously set up cameras without telling any of the parties and live streamed a case. And your bill ensures that no other judge deceivingly sets up cameras to publicize not only the proceedings, but protects against them publicizing victims of child sexual assault and human trafficking, two of the victim populations that we desperately need to protect, right?
Yes, that is correct. The case involved was actually one with an 8-year-old victim, and luckily the live streaming was discovered before the victim's name was revealed to the entire internet.
Literally one of the creepiest things I've ever heard of from a judge. I hate that we need this bill, but apparently we do. And so passing this bill will keep a judge from exposing a child's sexual abuse to the world, right?
Yes.
I look forward to supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
Chair goes Ms. Weiner.
Thank you, members. This amendment adds some additional offenses suggested by Representative Johnson, clarifies some provisions for virtual hearings, and clarifies the notification requirements. I move adoption.
Ms. Zwiener sends up an amendment. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Ms. Zwiener on the bill.
Thank you, members. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Ms. Rouse voting aye. 132 ayes and 11 nays. House Bill 4139 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4752. Clerk read the bill.
HB 4752 by Landgraf relating to eligibility of a charitable organization for an exemption from ad valorem taxation of the organization's property if the organization provides for the organized solicitation and collection for distributions through gifts, grants, and agreements to nonprofit, charitable, education, religious, and youth organizations that provide direct health and human and welfare services.
Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill patches up a hole that we left in a bill that we enacted during the last legislative session. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 143 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 4752 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4520. Clerk read the bill.
HB 4520 by Martinez relating to requirements for loans or grants provided by the Texas Transportation Commission to aviation facilities located in economically disadvantaged counties.
Mr. Martinez for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4520 so the Senate bill can grow some legs until the time certain, 9 a.m. Friday, May 9th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Please excuse Representatives Tepper, Harris, Gerdes, Hunter to attend a meeting on the Committee on Calendars on motion of Representative Guerin. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4517. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 1355. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1355 by Parker relating to liquor sales on credit by the holder of the distiller and rectifier's permit to a wholesaler.
Chair, Speaker Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 1355 addresses the ongoing payment issues between wholesalers and Texas distillers by creating a complaint process when wholesalers fail to pay for products according to agreed terms. I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Phelan.
Speaker Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just a technical cleanup. Move adoption.
Speaker Phelan sends out amendments acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair has none. The amendment's adopted. Speaker Phelan on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage's third reading. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 122 ayes and 12 nays. Senate Bill 1355 is passed to third reading. Mr. Phelan moves to lay House Bill 4517 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Please excuse Ms. Rose to attend a meeting on the Committee on Calendars on motion of Mr. Guerin. Is there objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4486. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4486 by Bonin relating to directing payment after approval of certain miscellaneous claims and judgments against the state out of funds designated by this act, making appropriations.
Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation is required to be passed each session. At any particular point in time, the state of Texas may have outstanding claims and judgments against it. The claims include warrants voided by the statute of limitations, outstanding invoices, and court judgments or settlements. And while the comptroller is authorized to pay claims from existing appropriations, there are specific types of claims that are required to be approved by the legislature before any can be made. These include judgments greater than $250,000, claims greater than $50,000 for which there's not otherwise an appropriation, and claims older than 8 years. And I believe we have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is very simple. This amendment will appropriate $63,750 to Attorney General Ken Paxton for the salary that he did not receive during the period of impeachment. It's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, it's still not coming up. The amendments are not coming up on our computer, so we haven't seen it. I hear what Chairman Leach is saying, but we can't see it. And
I
I'd
have
like to
paused because you got up and I figured it's not on the screen.
Thank you. No. There. It just came up. Thank you.
Mr. Leach sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection?
Yes.
All right. There is objection. A record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Dr. Bonin voting aye. Capriglione voting aye. Holt voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 101 ayes and 38 nays. The amendment is adopted. Dr. Bonin on the bill as amended.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 109 ayes and 24 nays. House Bill 4486 is passed to engrossment. Please excuse Representatives Craddock, Marianne Perez, Canales, Curry, Gomez, Harris Davila, Hefner, LaHood, Little, Christina Morales, Eddie Morales, Patterson, Paul, to attend a meeting on the Committee on Transportation on motion of Mr. Guerin. Is there objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4437. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4437 by Capriglione relating to a requirement that the Department of Information Resources implement and develop certain systems and databases to authenticate and track certain digital content.
Mr. Capriglione.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill responds to growing concerns around misinformation, synthetic media, such as AI-generated images, and the lack of provenance attached to digital content. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Leach voting aye. 124 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 4437 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4426. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4426 by Darby relating to the term of a permit issued by the Railroad Commission of Texas for a commercial surface disposal facility.
Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply allows commercial surface disposal facility permits to be issued for up to 10 years instead of 5, better aligning with the long-term nature of these operations. And I do have one perfecting amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
Mr. Darby on the amendment.
This amendment comes from the Railroad Commission to correct vague language to ensure that we're not allowing for automatic renewals. It is acceptable to offer and move adoption.
Mr. Darby sends up an amendment. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Darby on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 125 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 4426 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4396. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4396 by King relating to the Major Events Reimbursement Program, including event funding eligibility, site selection organizations, and single event and single year classifications.
Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4396 adds to the Major Event Fund Reimbursement Program American Performance Horse, American Rodeo. It also adds Teton Live Ridge Production, Teton Ridge, the American LLC. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? 91 ayes and 33 nays. House Bill 4396 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4263. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4263 by Cook relating to the employment practice of the Texas Juvenile Justice Department and to the eligibility of a person to be appointed to the Texas Juvenile Justice Department's release review panel and the authority of a panel member.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4263 supports the employees at the Texas Juvenile Justice Department by allowing a one-time lump sum payment up to 40 hours of unused vacation time earned but not used due to staffing shortages, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 121 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 4263 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3487. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3487 by Hunter relating to a reduction in the amount of sales and use tax collections that the owners of restaurants that participate in an oyster shell recycling program are required to remit to the Comptroller of Public Accounts.
Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Chairman Hunter's bill that would create a sales tax incentive for restaurants that participate in oyster shell recycling programs. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 109 ayes, 13 nays. House Bill 3487 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3418. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3418 by Morales of Maverick relating to prohibitions on certain employment for sex offenders.
Mr. Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill, on behalf of my colleague, Representative Morales, strengthens public safety by prohibiting those registered on the state sex offender registry from working on a rideshare company such as Uber or Lyft. I move passage.
Question occurs passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Cortez voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 124 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 3418 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2284. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2284 by Johnson relating to the licensing and regulation of music therapists requiring an occupational license, authorizing fees.
Ms. Hicklin for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2284 until today at 5:30 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2266. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2266 by Isaac relating to the processing of an application for an authorization to use a standard permit for a rock or concrete crushing facility.
Ms. Isaac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, this bill encourages aggregate production operators who demonstrate responsible land reclamation practices, and I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Isaac.
Ms. Isaac on the amendment.
This amendment simply states that the reclamation is done in accordance with terms of any lease agreement. I move passage.
Ms. Isaac sends up amendment. Is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Ms. Isaac on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2266. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 112 ayes and 5 nays. House Bill 2266 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2229. Clerk read the bill.
HB 2229 by Hernandez relating to the expunction of arrest records and files by a statutory county court.
Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill would allow statutory county courts to grant expunctions for cases within their jurisdiction. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Ms. Garcia voting aye. Have all members voted? 90 ayes and 32 nays. House Bill 2229 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4912. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2231. Clerk read the bill.
HB 2231 by Hinojosa Nueces relating to requiring the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to waive fees for admission applications submitted to public institutions of higher education during certain periods.
Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2231 designates the second week of October as College Application Week for all public institutions of higher education in Texas, waiving fees for undergraduate admission applications submitted during this period. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 101 ayes and 24 nays. Senate Bill 2231 is passed to third reading. Mr. Wilson moves to lay House Bill 4912 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2189. Clerk read the bill.
HB 2189 by Howard relating to methods to improve health professional related career and technology education and dual credit programs offered by school districts.
Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2189 includes recommendations from the Governor's Healthcare Workforce Task Force focused on how the state can better align education programs, laboratory resources, and instructional materials to better meet the needs of Texas students and ensure they have the necessary support to begin their careers. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 96 ayes and 28 nays. House Bill 2189 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4506. Clerk read the bill.
HB 4506 by Bonner relating to electronic delivery of notice for certain municipal zoning changes.
Chair has Ms. Hall.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4506 until today at 5:30 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 5269. Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1877. Clerk read the bill.
SB 1877 by Shortner relating to the authority of the Office of Public Utility Counsel to access certain data.
Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1877 would broaden the pool of electricity market data the Office of Public Utility Counsel can request, expanding their ability to conduct in-depth analysis of grid reliability, resource adequacy, and long-term transmission planning. The bill also ensures that any confidential information under current law remains confidential when submitted to OPUC. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 119 ayes and 5 nays. Senate Bill 1877 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out. Mr. Berry moves to lay House Bill 5269 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5224. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 5224 by Guillen relating to the critical designation of certain natural gas facilities.
Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this requires the Railroad Commission and the PUC to establish seasonal critical designations for natural gas facilities to strengthen grid reliability. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 120 ayes and 7 nays. House Bill 5224 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5195. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 5195 by Capriglione relating to the modernization of state agency systems, including the improvement of online access to services and the reduction of paperwork requirements.
Mr. Capriglione.
Speaker, members, House Bill 5195 directs state agencies to assess their websites to improve accessibility, user navigation, review paperwork, and identify ways to reduce or eliminate paperwork requirements. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 127 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 5195 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out second reading House Bill 3317. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3317 by Hafner relating to the relationship between pharmacists or pharmacies and health benefit plan issuers of pharmacy benefit managers.
Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 3317 until today at 5:30 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4166. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4166 by Guillen relating to an exemption from certain property owners from regulation requirements for residential mortgage loan originators.
Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill reaffirms a long-standing interpretation that allows sellers of real estate who owner finance to operate through subsidiaries without registering each entity individually, while keeping existing consumer protections in place and maintaining affordability.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Holt, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
This gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Guillen, have you seen the expose by Spencer Lindquist on X referring to the issues surrounding Colony Ridge and the policies your bill would inspire?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Are you aware that the Federal Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has an active lawsuit into the very acts that HB 4166 intends to advance and propagate, thus allowing more communities to be created just like Colony Ridge?
I'm not aware, and I don't see how that has anything to do with 4166.
The DOJ complaint finds Colony Ridge made seller finance loans totaling the tens of thousands of dollars per sale without verifying borrowers' ability to repay, leading to 30% foreclosures within 3 years. Yet HB 4166 new owner exemptions lets any first lien loan bypass licensing and underwriting requirements. Are you willing to let unqualified high-risk loans continue unchecked under this bill?
Please repeat the question. I'm sorry.
Are you willing to let unqualified high-risk loans continue unchecked under this bill?
No. Every loan will still be authorized.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm not able to hear.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
So this bill is about mortgage loan originators. There was a recent ruling at the agency where they're reinterpreting a rule that everybody in the process needs to be a mortgage loan originator. They've temporarily held off on implementing that new interpretation while the legislature deals with it. And so this bill is the one that deals with it. And so essentially what we're doing is we would keep what we currently have in place, which is to allow a mortgage loan originator to handle the necessary paperwork and the process for each one of these loans. and not require everybody in that process to be a mortgage loan originator.
Okay. Is there any limit to the number of houses an owner of residential real estate can sell in a year using this exemption?
I don't know if that's even germane to the bill. Again, this is about mortgage loan originators.
All right. The complaint documents that Colony Ridge flipped 40% of lots multiple times, reselling foreclosed property for fresh down payments and fees. By exempting owner originators for any first lien loan, HB 4166 codifies the same hands-off approach that enabled endless flipping. How will you ensure that this bill doesn't shield racially targeted predatory lending from enforcement?
Yeah. Again, I'm not sure what that has to do with this bill. This bill simply is making sure that this little change in rule change over at the agency doesn't require everybody that has a hand in the loan to be a mortgage loan originator. Instead, have one mortgage loan originator in that business to handle the loan.
Thank you, Mr. Guillen. DOJ shows lots were marketed as having infrastructure to connect water, sewer, and electrical services when they did not. HB 4166 allows developer-affiliated lenders to extend loans on those lots without requiring third-party title or legal review. Do you believe it's sound policy to legalize those revenue-draining practices?
I'm sorry, I got
I
sidetracked
understand.
here. Please repeat the question.
Yes, sir. The DOJ shows that there were lots in Colony Ridge marketed as having infrastructure to connect water, sewer, and electrical services when they did not. HB 4166 allows developer-affiliated lenders to extend loans on those lots without requiring third-party title or legal review. Do you believe it is sound policy to legalize those revenue-draining practices?
Yeah, I think you're reading a different bill.
All right. The complainant describes in-house closings with no outside attorneys or title agents, leaving borrowers exposed under HB 4166. A single sponsored licensee can front for all origination activity, effectively eliminating independent supervision. Shouldn't we require proper licensing and commercial protection checks before financing homes on misrepresented land?
Okay. How about we talk about it offline while I postpone for a little bit? Let's see if we can talk this out for a little bit, and then we'll come back later and look at your amendments.
That certainly sounds like a good plan. Thank you,
All right.
Mr. Guillen. Thank you.
Again for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4166 until 5:40 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none to order. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3947. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3947 by Y. Davis of Dallas relating to transportation planning by metropolitan planning organizations.
Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a bill we passed last session but ran out of time over in the Senate. It just says that the MPOs will consider, as they're doing their planning, if they will consider the needs of those with disabilities and on their transportation plans. I move adoption.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Ms. Hinojosa voting aye. Have all members voted? 86 ayes, 48 nays. House Bill 3947 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3358. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3358 by Garcia Hernandez relating to the definition of an emergency service provider for purposes of critical incident stress management and crisis response services.
Ms. Garcia Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, currently first responders can access the Peer Support Network, which provides critical mental health services. However, this critical lifeline is unavailable to prosecutors and justices of the peace who are fighting crime in the courtrooms across Texas. Many rural JPs serve as the first responders and coroner, being a bridge and an anchor of support during the worst moments for a family. House Bill 3358 expands peer support networks to include district and county attorney offices, along with JPs and their staff, helping combat depression and suicide among our court officials. The brave men and women who fight in the courtroom, uphold public safety, and serve as emergency responders should have access to vital mental health services without stigma or fear of professional consequences. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Ashby voting aye. Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Mr. LaHood voting aye. Mr. Kinsman voting aye. Have all members voted? 121 ayes and 14 nays. House Bill 3358 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3370. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3370 by Ashby relating to late applications for the appraisal of land for ad valorem tax purposes as qualified timber land following the death of the owner of the land.
Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3370 simply allows a surviving spouse or an heir to file a late application for timberland appraisal without being subject to the penalty for a late application, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 138 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 3370 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4438. Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 1998. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 1998 by Huffman relating to the preceptorship program and a pediatric subspecialty for medical students in the state.
Ms. Schaffner.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1998 authorizes the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to establish a pediatric subspecialty preceptorship program for medical students in Texas. Preceptorship program is an opportunity for medical students to try out different fields that they may have otherwise not experienced, similar to internships. The creation of the pediatric subspecialty preceptorship will combat the critical shortage of pediatric subspecialists like pediatric cardiologists in our state. Additionally, there's no cost associated with this bill and does not grow government. Amen. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. LaHood voting aye. Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? Ms. Schaffner voting aye. 141 ayes and 1 nay. Senate Bill 1998 is passed to third reading. Ms. Schaffner moves to lay House Bill 4438 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3745. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3745 by Manuel relating to crime victims' compensation.
Mr. Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 3745 allows the Attorney General to issue emergency financial assistance to families of deceased crime victims more quickly than the crime occurs during a declared state of emergency. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 123 ayes and 14 nays. House Bill 3745 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3602. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3602 by Lauterbach relating to the execution of a search warrant for taking a blood specimen from certain persons in certain intoxication infections.
Mr. Lauterbach for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3602 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 12th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3697. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3697 by Cortez relating to text on an application for a ballot to be voted by mail and other balloting materials.
Mr. Cortez.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Members, Texas currently only requires early voting applications to be printed in 6-point font. House Bill 3697 addresses that, asking balloting materials to be printed at least 12-point font with black text on a white background. This was asked for by the silver-haired legislators. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 126 ayes and 14 nays. House Bill 3697 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2001. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2001 by Meyer relating to increasing the criminal penalties for insider trading and other misuse of official information.
Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2001 introduces tiered felony charges based on the financial gain from the misuse of official information by a public servant, and with that, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 137 ayes and 5 nays. House Bill 2001 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1968. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 1968 by Cook relating to a duty to contract for election services furnished for an election held on the first Saturday in May in an even-numbered year.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1968 removes a loophole in the election code that allows counties to opt out of providing election services for May elections in even-numbered years, ensuring that political subdivisions can consistently receive county election support upon request, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 129 ayes and 14 nays. House Bill 1968 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3371. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3371 by Metcalf relating to the recovery of certain state border security expenditures from the federal government.
Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3371 authorizes the governor to formally request reimbursement from Congress for $11 billion spent by our state. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 128 ayes and 15 nays. House Bill 3371 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3909. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3909 by Hicklin relating to the use of a wireless communication device at a polling place.
Ms. Hickland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill updates the restriction of cell phone use at a polling location from the 100-foot radius to within the room where voting is taking place. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell.
I'm so sorry.
Hickland voting aye. Have all members voted? 137 ayes and 6 nays. House Bill 3909 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HCR 98. Clerk. All right, Chair lays out on committee report HCR 98. Clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 98 by Pleaser, urging Congress to enhance coordination among federal, state, and local authorities in the deployment of UAS technologies for border security.
Chair, guys, Ms. Pleaser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, HCR 98 urges Congress to create a 21st century border by improving coordination with our drone units between federal, state, and local law enforcement. I move passage.
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 98. Record vote required by the Constitution. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 134 ayes and 2 nays. HCR 98 is adopted. Chair lays out on committee report HCR 92. Clerk, read the resolution.
HCR 92 by Collier designating the fourth Thursday of March as Tuskegee Airmen Commemoration Day for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Ms. Collier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Tuskegee Airmen were pioneers in every sense of the word, and this concurrent resolution celebrates their valor and service. I'd like to thank the joint authors, Representatives Cook, Rose, Plisa, and Hayes, and I also want to thank Commissioner Dr. Buckingham for the wonderful work she has done in opening the Veterans Home, the Tuskegee Airmen's Veterans Home in Fort Worth, Texas. And with that, I move passage.
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 92. It's a record vote required by the Constitution. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Jones voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 0 nays, HCR 92 is adopted. Chair lays out on committee report HCR 126. Clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 126 by Ashby designating Corrigan as the official timber products capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill you've all been waiting on. HCR 126 would designate Corrigan, the beautiful city in northern Polk County, as the timber products capital of Texas.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Always happy to yield to my friend.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Are you not aware of how many timber products we have in Laredo and come through Laredo? Are you, Chairman, are you aware of that?
I am aware. I love those beautiful mesquite trees down there.
Would you accept an amendment that after 10 years and the next 10 years, Laredo would be the timber products capital of Texas? Is that a friendly amendment you could accept?
Not at this time.
Thank you.
Move passage.
Question occurs on adoption of HCR 126. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Harless voting aye. 135 ayes and 1 nay. HCR 126 is adopted. Chair lays out committee report HCR 7. Clerk, read the resolution.
HCR number 7 by Tepper, designating September 29th as Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States Day for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HCR 7 designates September 29th as Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States for a 10-year period ending in 2035. Move passage.
Question occurs on adoption of HCR 7. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 140 ayes and 0 nays. HCR 7 is adopted. Members, we still have postponed business. We are getting it organized and ready. Members, we are going to reconsider a couple of House bills because the Senate companions need to catch up, and that is the purpose for the reconsideration. Mr. Dean for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider the vote by which HB 4373 was passed in Grossman third reading.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Dean for a motion.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration HB 4373 until 9 a.m. Saturday, May 10th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Davis for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to move to reconsider the vote by which HB 2921 was passed in Grossman.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Ms. Davis for another motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2921 until 10 a.m. Friday, May 9th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Okay, members, the Speaker's desk is now clear.
It's clear. Mr. Speaker,
Schofield,
parliamentary
full purpose.
inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Was the purpose of the two postponements we just did for a Senate bill to catch up?
Yes, that is the only reason why.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Speaker's desk is clear. The following bills and resolutions on first reading and referral. Clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
H.R. 1060 by Dutton, directing the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation to regulate the card and social clubs for safety and reliability across the state for the Committee on Licensing Administrative Procedures. SB 628 by Zapparini, Lane Administration Enforcement and Fire Code, County Fire Code for the Committee of Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 1012 by Code Course Lane, authorizing the sale or release of the state of Texas to certain real property located in Austin, Texas for the Committee of Land and Resource Management. SB 1376 by Hughes, relating supervision requirements of the code enforcement officers and training for the Committee of Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 1585 by Hughes, relating the prohibition of governmental contracts with companies of foreign adversaries for certain information and communications technology, authorizing civil penalty for the Committee of Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB 1959 by Hagan Bu, relating to the authority of the North Texas Groundwater Conservation District to consider certain factors before granting or denying a permit for the Committee of Natural Resources. SB 2199 by Birdwell, relating to increasing criminal penalty for loading certain overweight vehicles transporting hazardous materials at a weight that exceeds the weight limitations authorized for a vehicle for the Committee on Transportation. SB 2201 by Birdwell, relating to intelligence databases for combinations, criminal street gangs, signs, and foreign terrorist organizations for the Committee of Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB 2245 by West, relating to procedures and the issuance of bonded title for a motor vehicle for the Committee of Transportation. SB 2514 by Hughes, relating to establishing the Hostile Foreign Adversaries Unit, Department of Public Safety and Transportation, training prohibitions and reporting requirements designated to combat foreign influence and foreign adversaries operations over the Committee of Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB 2523 by Bancorp, relating to the release of an area from an extraterritorial jurisdiction of municipality by petition which for the Committee of Land and Resource Management. SB 2605 by Blanco, relating to the formation of municipal housing authority asset commission by certain municipal housing authorities or for the Committee of Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 2721 by Parker, relating to licensing and regulations of a person to provide services in relation to the deceased, increasing criminal penalty, creating criminal offense for the Committee on Public Health. SB 2778 by Hinojosa Nueces, relating to the amount of expenditure that may be paid for an emergency service district employee without a bond approval for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 3039 by West, relating to transfer of students in public higher education for the Committee on Higher Education. SB 3044 by Blanco, relating to the composition of the Board of Directors and power of the Presidio County Underground Water Conservation District for the Committee of Natural Resources. The following resolutions are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. HCR 144 by Cortez, HR 1067 by Martinez Fisher, HR 1068 by Martinez Fisher, HR 1069 by Simmons, HR 1070 by Garcia Hernandez, HR 1071 by Garcia Hernandez, HR 1072 by Cortez, HR 1073 by King, HR 1074 by Rose, and HR 1075 by Howard.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate. The door
Admit
of the
the
House.
messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 865.
Mr. Dean moves the House adjourn until 10 a.m. Thursday. Is there objection? Chair is none. The House stands adjourned.